Sorry, it took just a minute longer than normal to get everything working right. My mouse is being a little fidgety right now. So, okay, I have the burner phone back for now. Anyway, we might have to use it for something later on. But the burner phone's back. Thanks for everyone who sent texts. I think I caught up on most of them. But Toxic Orchid 71. Welcome to chat, and welcome to this new phase of your life, where in addition to all you do over on Discord and here in chat as a moderator, you have the added responsibility of caring for everything IP related as the owner of the internet, which you now proudly have become by typing first in chat on this live stream. So congratulations, Toxic, for winning that internet, and good luck. If you do rename it, please let us know what you call it so we know what to call when we search for it. Welcome, Canned Laughter. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Mary Kay, we are back. Good afternoon, everyone. Edward, Seven, MB, Debbie. Yep, Debbie is saying you are in charge of the internet and everything internet related. Even if we have problems in the courtroom, arguably it could be your fault because pretty much every device is connected to the internet nowadays. Sam Terry says, hi, I made the afternoon show. You did, Sam. You slid in right at the beginning, which may be either good or bad, depending on how things go. Hey, Carly, good to have you here as well. Brenda, big wave to you as well. Good to have everybody here. Shannon as well. MB, Toxic, Tina, good afternoon. Lindsay, back in the house. CB Clark, appreciate all your input today. So how many cables have been lost during lunch? Is there a betting pool? Vegas odds? It might not work. You never know. It seems they have to take everything apart every time they leave the courtroom. So Debbie says, MB, how did you get new emojis? What emojis did you get? I just got new emojis. Eee. How do you get new emojis? Did I have something to do with that? Because I don't think I've made any new emojis. Lots of emojis in chat so far, but wonderful. Feel free to use them. Ginger, welcome back as well. Good to have you. Tiffany Marie as well. It's been a little bit of a snooze fest this morning, quite honestly. I almost feel like I should apologize for live streaming what arguably is the most boring trial in the history of all trials. This interrogation, which we thought went on for 9 hours, actually only went on for like 4 hours, and the rest of it was just a long pause in between, which was filmed and is played, and I think at 3/4 speed back to us in its entirety. I think we're on disc 5 of the 12-disc set, the box set, director's cut with making of footage as well. Keisha says, afternoon, popping in while at work, getting paid, and watching Recovery Addict. What could be better? I can't think of anything better, Keisha. I'm glad you can be in here while you're working. Hopefully it makes your workday go a little smoother or better or quicker or whatever is best for you. MB says, Debbie, I have no idea. They just showed up. Wonderful. I think something happened when I monetized, because I turned on the options for lots of different things, and I'm not sure if I did that. But good to see all these different emojis in chat. Toxic says, BRB, since I'm in charge of the internet, I need to Google how to maintain internet. It's pretty simple. Just don't let it crash. It's sort of like a driving game. That's so if you've played any like Grand Theft Auto, just don't do that, and you should be good. I remembered to punch the like button within minutes upon my arrival. It looks like 14 of you have already, CB Clark. Sounds good. Okay, so as we wait for trial to kick back off, and we are waiting because in the courtroom right now we are just have a view of a nice antique clock, which is pretty. It looks like that, but it's not exciting to watch. Not that I'm much better, but staring at the clock just makes you feel like you're wasting time. Whereas here, I might be able to take your mind off that fact. Recovery Addict, my squeal is much higher pitched than what you did. You're very excited about emojis, apparently. You might have to call the burner phone, MB, and so we can finally hear your voice. We've heard what it doesn't sound like. You said you don't sound like Jessica Rabbit or a couple other things, but we don't know what you do sound like, so we might have to do that. The burner phone, by the way, for anyone who may be new, who might have just stumbled upon this dark hole of the internet and wondered, what am I watching? This is a channel where we discuss true crime, and we watch and provide feedback and commentary and analysis of crimes sort of as they happen, a little bit delayed from the real world, but we get to just to talk and share ideas and enjoy this love of true crime, which we all seem to have in common. And as part of the channel, we do have a burner phone. It's actually a real phone that you can call, and you can either leave a voicemail message if you follow the rules, or you could send a text message or even a picture or something, and reach me directly. Now, because it's a burner phone, I do keep it silent so it doesn't interrupt our proceedings here during the day, during the show. But trust me, I do get all those messages. And there's a good chance if you send me something, I will be looking at it and maybe respond to you. If it's good and appropriate for sharing, I will also do that on the live stream as well. So that burner phone number is, I'll type it in since I'm not sure if any of the mods that have it are readily available. Make sure I didn't put a typo in there. This is it right here. 801-513-1160 goes straight to the burner phone. So if you have something you'd like to share, you can do that. We would have the capability to bring your voice over the airwaves, so to speak. If you leave an appropriate message, just make sure it's family friendly for the audience here. Yulissa says, I enjoyed Markeith Lloyd's interrogation. We were asking, I forget who asked the question during the last live stream. What was your favorite interrogation? Which one has been your favorite? We mentioned the Casey Anthony, Jodi Arias. We've mentioned several that were interesting for various reasons. But feel free to continue that conversation. We've sort of been talking about a little bit of music trivia as well, with me doing a poor impersonation of some of the songs, or at least briefly. As it seems that most of us have some interest in music in one way or another, even if it's just singing a funny line of a song that matches the mood of the courtroom or the occurrence on the screen. Babe Cake says, the behavior panel has a new video with Sarah Boone's interrogation. It's great. I actually got a couple people suggested that to me. I've seen parts of it. They do a good job of analyzing that. Let's see, what's this? Exodus 5, for some reason, this emoji came up as suggested as hold for review. So there's something about this fly that is just possibly not appropriate for our conversation here. I'm not sure why, but YouTube flagged that. I went ahead and improved it because it looked harmless to me, but I found that funny. Hello, everyone. Just catching up on the case. Fill me in, please. Tony, a couple people have asked that. We'll make sure now that people are filtering in, we will do a little bit of catch up because we have a few minutes before the court is back in session. The case we're following today, this is day 4 for us, and I think for most people on this trial. This is day 4 of the trial for Texas versus Juan David Ortiz. Juan David Ortiz is a Border Patrol agent. He worked in the intelligence arena. And he was a manager there. I think he even had like 12 or 14 employees underneath him. He was in this little town, Laredo area, where some women started going missing. and the police were looking for a killer because they were finding bodies on the side of the road. People that had been shot. There were similarities between the murders. The women had been shot in the neck and head area from behind, dumped just off a road and left. There were some bullet casings at the scene that seemed to match the same caliber, 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, and they were concerned they had a serial killer, which they did. They didn't know anything about Juan David Ortiz until a woman named Erica Pena ran from his truck and ran to a police officer saying, a man just pointed a gun at me, he's trying to kill me. Basically, I think he's the killer. She was a prostitute, as were the other victims in this case. Now, the police eventually knew about 3 victims who had been killed, and plus this one woman who had escaped from him. And they were able to track down Juan David Ortiz based on the information that Erica had provided for him. Went to his house, found a whole bunch of weapons, but not him. Put out a bolo for his truck, his white Dodge pickup truck, and were able to locate that at a gas station. He was in the gas station using the restroom. He came out to find an officer with an AR-15 pointed at him, plus another officer with a pistol. Sort of held him at gunpoint. He raised his hands. They talked back and forth. He's like, "What's going on? What are you doing?" They said, "Turn around. We don't want to talk to you." They wanted to turn around and cuff him, basically. And he turned and he ran. A short foot chase ensued, which he won. He escaped and ran into a parking garage where the police, a short while later, found him with a full stack of SWAT officers. He was hiding in the bed of a truck. They took him from there to the police station to ask him some questions about a few things, like why he had blood on his boots, and why there was purses from 2 dead prostitutes in his truck, and the shirt from the woman who got away in his truck, things like that. Just small questions. They just, inquiring minds want to know. And they brought him into an interrogation room and proceeded to video record the next 9 hours of interrogation, which we are now watching in its entirety. This is the interrogation / confession, because this ends, we know from the opening statements that this confession ends with Juan David Ortiz confessing to the murders, but not just confessing to those 3 murders, but also confessing that there's a 4th one they don't know about, providing the information as to where they could find her. The police do go to that location, find the 4th victim, and then that brings us to where we are now in court, where the defendant has pled not guilty, but his defense is not that he didn't do it. He's basically, his lawyers seem to be taking the approach that if they can exclude some of the evidence, specifically the evidence about the truck, what they found in the truck, because they think the search was not valid, if they can exclude that evidence, then the prosecution case has a few holes in it. And the more holes they have, the more opportunity for the jury to find that the state has not proven every element of the charges, and then possibly he would be acquitted of these charges. So that's where we're at. The prosecution is still putting on their arguments. Defense has not started yet, although they have made an opening statement. And right now we are listening to the painstakingly slow interrogation process. As a matter of fact, for about 45 minutes before lunch, the entire disc we watched of this interrogation room footage, nothing happened. Literally nothing. They told us at the very first, does anything happen in this video? No. Okay, let's watch it. And we did. And they were right. Nothing happened. So it may be a little bit slow, but we do anticipate in this next video that the officers will come back into the room and ask some more questions. At some point, he's going to break. At some point, he's going to give in and say, yes, actually, I do know who Erica is. Yes, I do. I did visit this, this woman, or yes, I did buy her drugs, or whatever it is he's going to confess to. At some point, he's going to give in a little bit. And eventually, in the end, he's going to spill the beans. So that's what we're watching for. Not sure if it's going to happen today or on a future show. I think it's pronounced Pena. I might have got her name wrong. It does have an accent on it. And other people are probably better with that than I am. Like this morning's and this afternoon's live stream. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. We do have quite a few regulars in here. If you just popped in and aren't familiar, go ahead and say hi in chat. None of us bite very hard. So it's a friendly place to drop your opinions, as long as you're polite and civil. Even if your opinions disagree from ours, they're definitely welcome here. We'd like to hear from you, and encourage you to do that. So please let yourself know. Don't be a lurker, or don't just be a lurker. You're fine. You're fine just watching, but don't think you have to stay in the shadows. We're all friendly here. Did that answer all the questions? Is there anything I left out? Tiffany Murray says, recover addict. Yes, at some point it will get interesting. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Yes, this isn't Jodi Arias doing handstands in an interrogation room. It's a little more boring than that. He is handcuffed to a chair, right hand handcuffed to the chair, because he signs with his left hand. He's a left-hander, which I am as well. Don't hold that against him, right? But they uncuffed him for the specific purpose of making it so he could sign the Miranda notice, which he refused to do. He said, no, I'm good. So he did not sign the Miranda paper. We did see it was read to him, and he did proceed with answering the questions. He has never asked for a lawyer so far in all the hours. And trust me, it's hours. In the hours of footage we've watched so far, he has not asked for a lawyer. He had anything about it. He's like, hey, I black out. I don't remember things, but he's not saying he did anything. He seems completely surprised. Doesn't know how the prostitute's purse has got in his truck. Doesn't know why, they would have blood on his boots, things like that. So we like the new victims. I mean, people, yeah, you're all welcome here. You're all welcome here. I will warn you that some of this video the prosecution is presenting is painful to watch. First of all, the audio is not good because it's one of those crappy police interrogation room cameras with a loud air conditioning fan in the background, and it's blurry. There's no action, and it's just a fixed image. You'll want to scratch your eyes out at points, but trust me, the chat makes it worthwhile. Let's see. Coffee Mom says, my condenser mic came in today. I'm a little closer to live streaming congressional hearings. LOL. Which mic did he go with? I love condenser mics. They are super, super sensitive. They pick up. This is a dynamic, just for your information. But a condenser mic is great for getting. You have to be in a quiet place to record, but they're amazing. Anyway, I was in the middle of a sentence and I forgot what I was talking about. So please remind me if you want an answer. We heard Ortiz bring up his wife and calling her while he was hiding in the back of the parking garage pickup. Yes, he said that if he had his gun with him, he would have ended it, meaning he would have unalived himself if he had that option. But he had left his gun in his truck, which he normally has with him. He had forgotten to take it in with him when he went to the convenience store, to the bathroom. I will say, as someone who has carried a concealed weapon, taking a firearm that's normally worn in the waistband, concealed, into the restroom does present some challenges. The gun is very heavy. You don't want it to fall out on the floor. And so you have to have a method or process in place for how you're going to hold your gun and where you're going to put it to safely go about your business while you do your business without the gun becoming an issue or becoming available to somebody else who was able to reach under or over or something. Anyway, so maybe he took it out of his waistband on purpose, knowing he was going to be running into the restroom and it might present a little challenge in there. So it was fun. Laura says, I sent you another chase video. Watch it during lunch. Fun ride with an older BMW. It's not the one we watched last week. No one gets hurt. Well, where's the fun in that, Laura? No, just kidding. Yes, I saw that one. I saw there's another one got sent to me about a van, a white delivery van that I had not seen before, but I have to watch that. I saw part of it during lunch too. Katrina says, I just got my eyes dilated. I'm just here listening in. Well, Katrina, you're probably one of the lucky ones, not able to watch the screen because it's a little rough. We do have a sort of footage back from the courtroom. I'm going to go ahead and, let's see, we don't have any audio coming in yet, but let's go ahead and just take a look right here. This is what we've got. It seems live. They sort of bumped the camera is what happened because that state seal was in the middle of the picture, but the cameraman might have tripped on a cord or something, and it turned just a tiny bit. Actually, it turned the jury's direction, which is sort of a dangerous angle for the camera, but it's good. Okay, Melody, big thumbs up there. Let's see. I saw Woot Woot, says Lori to TW. Croatia in the knockout round of 16. Those of you who are following the World Cup. Okay, I found the link. It's been added to the Michael Monkey Vaughn case in new cases for anyone who wanted to watch it later. Okay, Toxic's been updating Discord over lunch. Hope you also got a break, Toxic. You've been busy this morning. How does one acquire the new emojis? Ask MB. MB is the one who discovered them. So please let us know. Because I don't know, but they're cool to have. Katrina says, I feel a migraine coming on. Take something in advance of a migraine. It's easier to take the edge off before it starts than after it hits. Coffee Mom says, Recovery Addict, just a cheaper plug and play, 24-bit. When I'm ready for a good one, I'll have my spouse get it. He's a professional sound guy. Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear whatever you live stream. That would be great. Tom R says, either put on top of the toilet paper holder or down in your shorts as they're around your ankles. Tom R, I'm one of the second guys because I'd like it where I can see it at all times. I'm worried, literally, I'm worried that if I were in the restroom and I put my concealed carry weapon on the toilet seat behind me, if I got distracted by, somebody coming in the yelling or something in the bathroom or something, that I might finish my business and leave and forget it. And the risk of me forgetting the gun is as serious as, the implications of that are serious enough that I'd rather have it in a place where if I forgot it, I would be reminded as I'm readying myself to exit the facilities. So that's why I use the second on that one. I hope so. No one has stolen another HDMI again. Is that what it's called? Yes, HDMI is the cable that carries video from the laptop to the monitor, which we're watching this riveting interrogation video on. Jill Klein says, so apparently David's interrogation is out there, but I can't find it. Where? Maybe we'll have to ask some of the... Oh, they fixed the camera. Maybe we'll have to ask some of the Discord folks if they've found it. Because I'd love to be able to skip to the end, and then we can just take a break while the court catches up with us. But Cameron tripped over the HDMI cable. The phone video guy has me wondering how I can connect my Android phone to my PC so I can watch and record at the same time as my ability is somewhat limited. So Richard, you're saying you want to stream the video from your phone to the TV and record it on your phone? Because you should be able to do a screen record on your phone and then maybe even cast wirelessly at the same time to a smart TV. There's also some cable solutions that can do that with the USB-C to HDMI adapter. MB, I sent you a message about emojis. Let me check really quickly. Access the burner phone. Okay, apparently it's pretty simple. If you look at the chat window at the very bottom, where you normally would type whatever chat you want to provide. It should have, there's a little dollar bill sign. That's where if you want to send me money, you can click on that. And feel free to do that. I'm not going to stop you. But to the left of that, there's a little smiley face. And that little smiley face is apparently the key way to access all the new emojis that are available on the interwebs here. So, all right. What is a break? Please explain. Yeah, there are no breaks for you, Toxic. You signed up for all the work all the time. So get back to work. Quit chatting. You've got work to do. Under chat, click the smiley face. That's the way to do it, for sure. He didn't know they were closing in on him. Monica, at the very end, Mr. Ortiz knew because he basically hung up on his wife. He had called his wife and basically said goodbye and said, don't come back. There's nothing for you down here. Sort of a cryptic message. The wife was really like, what's going on? Have you been arrested for DUI? What's happening? She's like, don't come back. He could hear the officers approaching. And maybe he hung up so they wouldn't hear his voice, but he knew the end was near there. Tomar says, yes, a lot of guns are forgotten on toilet paper holder. That's why mine goes in the shorts also. I've actually found a gun in the bathroom and they chased down the guy to let him know. Tom, I will tell you, I had one of my CCW classes, because I've taken several, sometimes just for a refresher. But I went to the CCW class, and the instructor who was teaching the course that you have to take, that's legally required to get a concealed weapons permit, had a table full of guns, all empty, just for people to try and test and feel, not actually shoot, because we were indoors in a conference room type thing, but to feel and get an idea for what type of gun they may want to carry, for the different features. And he included his personal carry gun. And I'm walking up there during the break, and I'm looking at it, and I said, "Is it all right if I pick up this one right here?" And I pointed to his personal carry gun. And he's like, "Oh, sure, no problem." And all these guns are unloaded. I pick his up and cock it. There's one in the chamber, and he's just left it sitting on the table. And I dropped the clip, locked the magazine back, and I said, "You forgot this one was loaded." And the look on his face, because he's the instructor in this gun safety class, it was like he was like, oh, he just went white. What could have happened? Because everyone's picking up these guns and dry firing them and stuff. It was crazy. So Tiffany, thank you. Oh, sorry, Tiffany Marie sent the screenshot of where to access the new emojis. I think MB sent me a message as well. Did I read the wrong one? I apologize if I did that. Several of you sent the new emojis. I'm sorry, MB. I got it. I think I was looking at Tiffany's chat and saw your response, but you both basically sent me the same thing. Got Tom's about the shout out, and it's awesome. I got the picture from Roxanne with her feet in the sand. That's awesome as well. And another car chase. Okay, so I'm caught up on the messages. The burner phone is clear and ready for your contact. And I've also been able to add your name. So if you do send me something on the burner phone, tell me what your YouTube name is, because I will add that to my phone. And so when you say, "Hey, I sent you something," I'm able to search it a little bit easier. But thank you very much. Let's see, what do we have here? I'm way behind on the chat, just trying to catch up here. Courtroom. Got that one. Whoa, big bright one. Fairy66 says, "I love my crossbows for silent kill." Thank you so much for the super chat, Fairy. Crossbows are very quiet. You can even put silencers on the strings. Do you guys know what a koosh ball is? It's a little, it's like a little elastic ball. You can get those for bow strings and crossbow strings as well, and it makes them very, very quiet indeed. Deadly accurate too. Found the emoji for him. Sorry, defense lawyers. Game over. I love it. I will have to go through these emojis. Is there anything that's like a gavel, or is it like a hammer? Anything like that? We'll have to look for that. I'll have to go through and see if there's some emojis, or maybe I could make one. Maybe that's an option. Tom R says, "Recovery addict." Oh, that's a no-no, but I've committed a no-no as well after all the years of handling guns myself, and it's probably the worst one because it ended in a trip to the ER. Tom, oh man, I've had a couple buddies that had accidental discharge of a firearm. One of them in the wall of a neighbor's house while they were gone, and he called me up to help patch the wall, which he successfully did, and the neighbors never found out about it. Shotgun through the wall, and they didn't know. Hope the ER trip was uneventful and everything was sewn back up. Joe Allen says, "I leave my firearms all over the place, along with drug paraphernalia. Never drugs. I don't do drugs." Speaking from the vantage point of David Ortiz there, obviously. Candlelight says, that's nuts. The first rule is to check any firearm you touch. The others weren't, or the instructor missed one. Wow. Yeah, I was the first one to pick it up. In his defense, he made the mistake of taking his carry gun, which was loaded, and setting it on the table full of unloaded guns. Because his carry gun was different. It was actually a Kimber, by the way. It was the same type of gun that David Ortiz says he has under his bed, 44. Big gun, big carry gun. I would say even too big for me to carry. And I'm a good-sized guy, but a gun that large is just not comfortable to carry for long periods of time. But yeah, that was crazy. Dallas, when was this? Quits. What was this? Ortiz's prosecutor, Joshua Davila, quit mid-trial. I've officially left the Webb County district attorney's office. That's the most unprofessional and toxic workplace I've ever had to deal with. We know he's got public defenders. It's not one of the people right now, right? Tell me this isn't, because this could cause a problem with the trial right now if that happened, Dallas. Let me scroll down here and see. Oh, we've got another super chat from Ann with no comment, but thank you so much, Ann. Please leave your comment and question. I'll make sure I read it here. I do have a sticker, though. I do have a little sticker, and I don't know how to get it to show up properly. Ann, is it showing up for you guys? It's got a thank you on it. But thank you very much. I do appreciate the super chats. Okay, I've got to see this. What happened with this prosecutor quitting? There's no gavel, but there are little judges. Okay. Exactly why I won't get a gun. I'm accident prone, but I do have a hammer by my door. Hey, we're back in the courtroom. No audio yet. I do have the feed turned on just in case. He's wearing a tie still. Was it yesterday he took off the tie halfway through the day? Sort of got casual with us. Maybe he forgot it after lunch. Koosh balls reminds me of my childhood. I'm sure they're covered in germs, Tiffany, those koosh balls, but they're so much fun to play with. My mom wouldn't buy me one, and I took it anyways. Tiffany confessing to the ultimate crime of stealing from the store at Disneyland. Tiffany, was this the beginning of your long life of crime? Was this the first offense on your book, commonly referred to as a rap sheet? When you first did that, did she make you take it back and confess? Let's see. Dallas had this story first. The prosecutor quit now, today. Good crap. Oh my goodness. What? This is bizarre. You guys, this is why we're here. This is why we watch this live. Okay, I've got to see. This is nuts. His defense, the prosecutor quit. Okay, we've been calling him out. The prosecutor quit now, today. Which one is the one who quits? Holy smokes, prosecutor quits. Which one is the one who quit? Oh my goodness. Tom, you can send it. I might not be able to share the picture. You guys, this is bizarre. Lead prosecutor quits. And he quits because the prosecutor's office is a pain. What was his reason again? We're gonna have a delay, guys. I can't see this going forward. But at the same time, if it's the prosecution side, does he end up benefiting from this? Did the prosecutor see the writing on the wall and just want to bail? Talk about unprofessional. I mean, if you start a trial, you should stick through it, unless there's like a conflict of interest that comes in or something. Apparently, he was not present during the first part of trial today. There might have been a new prosecutor instead. His name is Joshua Davila. Okay, judge is here.
6th District Court is back in session.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
We're waiting for the prosecutor.
Ready for the jury?
Would this be a mistrial? I don't think it's a mistrial, but I think the prosecution has to move forward. Now, if it was a defense that quit, he would say, I don't have an adequate defense. But for the prosecution, they've got to be ready. You guys, I'm almost speechless, but you hear me rambling on anyway. The bearded one quit during lunch.
Just pretend you're announcing at the movie theater. That voice.
Little hot mic. Just pretend you're announcing it like you're at the movie theater. Coming this summer. So prosecutor quit. This is news. KGNS, the television station in Laredo, is reporting that Allens told them that Davila did resign today and that it wouldn't affect the case. Well, how can it not? They have to shift responsibilities.
Okay. You may proceed.
Can we proceed, Your Honor? Yes. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, Captain Calderon. We finished disc 4.
Correct.
Now we're going to go into disc 5.
Correct.
Please tell the ladies, some of the jury, what is it and how you progressed or what happened in this disc 5.
In disc 5, it's still denial. Denies knowing the items in the truck, denies knowing what's there, who the victims are, pictures of them. We bring up, possible bizarre STDs he may have given to his family because of his involvement with these people. He says that that's not possible. Stuff like that's discussed. And during the interview, he gets a picture of one of the victims and crumples it up, and y'all will see that in the video.
Okay, that's important. They're getting to him somehow.
But he still denies, up to this point, knowing who these people are, and that'll change eventually, but that's what you see on disc 5.
Ashley, can you send me a link to that?
Did he state that he had already he got checked for it?
He stated that he had been checked, yes.
For any type of disease?
Correct. He didn't go into detail, but he said that he's good to go, that he was clean.
That he was okay?
Yes.
And that he got checked?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which one quit? Because these are the guys I remember.
Did he mention anything about going to jail?
He did.
Any accommodations in jail?
He's mentioning, or he mentions that when he goes to jail, that he wants to be isolated, and the conversation happens around that we'd like to know what he did.
Yes,
exactly, and that's where we're on that part on disc 5.
DMB,
we're still discussing that.
When he quit, did he take the cable with him?
Did he? If you remember, did he use the word "if" or "when I go to jail"?
I don't recall.
He said
off the top
when.
of my head.
Would it help if you refresh your memory and looking at the transcript?
We would like you to remember, so please read from the
10.
transcript. On page 10, line 6, word 7. There it is. All points to their jaw.
Page,
Well, I
direct
guess
your attention
I'm
to
scared
page
to look,
10,
Tom,
you can
but I'm
refresh
going to
your memory.
anyway.
Page 10. Page 10, line 9. So when I go to jail, can you please tell the deputy there that it's in the best interest that I'm isolated? That's what he said.
I can't show that picture, Tom. That's against YouTube's
So he said
terms
when I
of
go
service.
to jail, not if I go to jail.
Wow,
When I
that
go
does
to
not
jail.
look like it felt good
And he
at all.
continues to deny when confronted with the facts or
Was the
evidence.
prosecutor coerced?
On this
Possibly.
disc, on this portion of the interview, yes.
On page 14.
Mrs. Recovery
Line
Addicts
8.
comes in. Maybe that's why they're showing all these discs, killing time while they rework their workload.
You said
Yeah,
he
they're
continues
stalling
to
here.
deny. What does he say there?
We can get at least 2 days out of this.
When we, and by we I mean Ranger Salinas and I are asking about it, he says, I didn't do any of this shit, but you guys are saying that, and he stops there.
And then
Okay, wow.
one of you asked, you asked if you didn't do it or you don't recall.
Correct.
And what was his response?
He also said quitting was due to administrative issue and not specific to this case. Okay.
His response is both. I didn't do it, and I don't recall. I mean, that's pretty traumatic shit. I'm sure that I would have remembered something like that.
Yeah, Tiff,
Did the issue of firearms come up at
Ashley.
his house?
I'm going
Yes,
to...
sir, it did.
And what did he say with relationship to firearms at his house?
He said that he had a AR-15 at home, a shotgun, and that he had that he had firearms at home.
Ashley, I gave you mod privileges.
At home?
If you can
Yes,
link
sir.
to the
Did he
article
describe some of the
for
location of
him
where
quitting,
these
please do that. Thank you.
firearms may be found?
Not particularly. I think he said the shotgun might have been the garage. I think he said that, but not particularly in this right now.
Well, I'll refer you to page 16 at the bottom.
Toxic, you're sort of feeling alone. I just brought
Did you say some
another
are
one
on my countertop?
Correct. He says some are on my countertop. You'll see him in front of you, and some firearms are in my garage.
So he did in fact tell you where some weapons would be laid out.
Correct. But at that time, we hadn't seen the inside of his house, so we didn't.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying. My question was,
this is
if
the
he had
link.
indicated to you where some of his
Understood.
weapons were,
Yes, sir.
and he said countertop, right?
Countertop and garage, yes, sir.
Yesterday, I know conditionally you looked at some photos, but did you eventually gain entry into his house?
Yes, we did.
And it's already been established through some of the interview here. He had been giving you verbal consent to go to his house, right?
Correct.
What was his main concern when you got to the house and giving you verbal consent?
Not to trash the house, which we had no intention of doing.
What about the door?
Didn't
Not
want
to
the
kick
door
in the
kicked
door.
in.
So he didn't want you to kick in the door,
Correct.
and he didn't want you to trash the house.
Correct.
I
And
did
he
have a
offered
pickled
you the
sandwich
keys.
today.
Correct.
The keys that were taken from him at the time of arrest.
Correct.
Katrina, I'm going to go ahead and
Any other
W as well.
any of the other rooms that he
just
was
because we're a
concerned
little
when he
shy
got
on mods
trashed
right
in the
now.
house?
He also
I
asked us
might
not
take
to
the privilege
trash
away if it gets
his
too many
kids'
mods at
room,
once,
which we
but,
had
I
no
think we're good
intention of
right now.
trashing anything.
Okay.
let's see.
Did the issue come up or question by you or the ranger about the number?
It's always great to see my
rounds
wife
in
in
his
chat.
magazine?
Correct. We asked
Yes.
why there would be any rounds missing from his
Bella,
.40 caliber weapon.
thank you.
And tell the
Says, thank you for
jury
having
about
this
that
community
line
of crime
questioning
addicts. It's been
you,
so
you
beneficial
asked
for
him-
me, living alone and
you asked
recuperating
him,
from
why are
surgery.
the
Now I'm just an addict.
rounds
Bella, we hope you're
missing?
feeling much better, and thank
May
you
I
so
look
much for
up
being here. Thank
the
you for the super
response
chat. I appreciate you being
On
a part of the
page 18.
community. Makes it special.
The question was, and why are there rounds missing from your gun right now? Why would they give me a wild reason why there wouldn't be? Why would there be rounds missing? Give me something crazy. Give me your wildest dreams. Why do we have rounds missing from your mag? And his response is, I shoot up the sky, boom, boom, boom.
He says, "I shoot up at the sky, boom, boom, boom."
That's what he says, yes, sir.
Yet
3 rounds.
earlier in
I
the
shoot at the
interview,
sky.
he said he had not fired that weapon since when?
'Qualifications.
3 months
Which
prior.
was more or less
Months ago.
Okay. So earlier in the interview, he's saying that he last time was when he qualified,
Correct.
and now he's volunteering that he shoots up in the air
To account for the missing rounds.
to account for the missing rounds. Okay.
Correct.
And he knows how many rounds are missing. This is bizarre.
Now you said
Wow.
something about showing him a photo of Claudine, was it?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Page 22, line 19.
Correct.
And what is it that you ask him? You make reference to this is Claudine.
This is Claudine, and the answer
She's the
is,
best. I love
how
her.
many more of these pictures do y'all have? And the response to that by Ranger Salinas, well, you tell me. I respond, you tell us. And Mr. Ortiz responds, you can tell me. So we go back and forth. I respond, you're the one who did it. And he says, well, and he grabs the photo and he crumples it up.
Lindsay, this is the prosecution
And
questioning the
he leaves it
witness.
on the table crumpled.
Yes.
This witness
Claudine's
was the
photo.
interrogator in the police interview,
And after that, his answer.
and he's also the one whose
I
voice
have no idea who
you'll
she
hear.
is. I've never seen her in my fucking life.
You'll hear him cussing like that every time the defendant or the one of the interrogators uses Spanish in the interrogation. He's going to
On
read
page
the English
27.
translation while we're watching the video. So his voice will just sort of pop in now and then, usually with a curse word.
During this interview, somebody walks in, the one who handed you the photos.
Correct?
And what is Mr. Ortiz's question to you guys?
TW. Thanks for putting it into terms that we can all envision. It is like a pilot sort of
On page 27.
jumping out
Yeah.
using his parachute mid-flight. But they do have more.
Are you all going to buy a beer
They're going to move
or
forward.
not? Or no?
He asked you if you're gonna buy a beer or not,
Yes.
and what's your response?
The response from whoever it was no. And Mr. Ortiz responds, I want one. Why don't they just take me to jail like right now?
No beer for him.
And on page 30,
I've learned quite a few words here in the last couple days watching these videos.
between 29 and 30, you take another bathroom break, or he indicates he needs to go to the restroom.
Yes,
Randall
sir.
comes in and says, I missed everything. Adulting
can you
really
take us through that
sucks. I
and
thought
the
you had said
statement he
auditing
makes,
for a second, but adulting can also get in the way of the fun
Before-
things we want to do.
You say it's okay.
Randall,
Or in a bit
it's been a
on page
slow morning.
29
It
30.
did get exciting here just in the last little bit.
But
we found out
anyway,
the prosecutor quit.
It's going to come out, dude. It's not
mid-trial.
a secret. Everybody
Um,
already knows what I do for a living,
just
so
amazing.
everything went to shit.
Thank you so much
You're
for the
going to
super chat,
remember me
Randall.
for real, dude.
I've been adulting all over today. He did want a beer, and then he wanted to go to jail, which the two generally, one can lead to the other, but usually you don't get jail
Again,
first and then the beer.
there's another reference in the bottom of 32 to him being put in isolation.
I was trying to put it kindly. And I don't want to scare him off. Let's let him sort of figure out for himself, DMB, that
If you
that
recall.
this interrogation video, the 12 box set edition, 12 disc box set edition, it's a snooze
Line
fest.
21, those were the glory days. They are told, like I've said, I've never been to jail before. Can I make total isolation or no, or not?
Actually, the
one of
guy who
you
quit
say
was the
what?
one who talked fast,
I believe that you can
and he
ask
was
for
really
it.
good. He was the good
Más
guy.
que it's just that I can't promise anything.
And his response to that?
Oh, okay. I think it would be best, bro. Porque si me pone un pinche vato, a lo mejor, because it's a fucking dude, comes at me maybe.
If we can publish now disc 5.
So he just said it again. Okay, hang on. Okay, so here we go with disc 5. Looks like we're both going to get the same. Oh, here comes the singing again. Name that tune. Plain name that tune. Okay, give me a second here. Mrs. Recovery Addicts is taking one of my iPads, so I have to, or her iPads, so I have to switch things over here. He's a canary. He's singing. That's what's happening. All right. The burner phone is now running the video switcher remotely. Okay, where are we? Door is still open a little bit, but they have closed it so they can't hear him rattling his chains very much. Ginger, I know this is crazy. Can you translate without getting into trouble? I think YouTube might edit out those words. You might have to edit them yourself, maybe some asterisks or something.
And this shit is over.
Plus, we've got the investigator that's reading the transcript for us. Kaka, kaka. That I think is a Galaxy Quest reference. Is that right, DMB? A little movie reference. This is disc 5. It's only 32 minutes long. We can do this. We can make it through this, especially knowing that there's at least some dialogue in this one. 5.5. Almost halfway there. We can do this. Guys, we're psyching ourselves up to listen to this. I'm going to turn it down just a tiny bit. There we go. I'm going to turn it down just a tiny bit. It's not working. Come on. That was painful. We'll get this figured out. Okay, is that a little better? It was a little painful on the ears there for a minute. Okay, so a little bit of a technology gaffe right here. All my really cool buttons on my desk are not working, but I can run everything from my phone like this. So that's how I'm going to have to do it right now. His chains are pretty short. He can't reach very much.
This shit is over.
Not yet, but we've got a few more hours left. Mallory, yeah, save your 2x speed for this part of the trial. It takes forever. You think he's making this noise just to bug us? There's a good chance. Maybe he's trying to get attention. He keeps looking at the door. He's very interested in what's going on out there, where he is not. Ken Laughter said, I had no idea the translated would mostly be swear words. I have to admit, I'm amused that it's this soft-spoken, gentle dude reading bad words. It's his job. His job is to read all the bad words today, and he's doing a good job of it. Just realized he's translating his singing. There we go. Okay, I think I might have fixed the button issue. Give me just a minute here. We'll confirm. And I did. Okay, we're back. That's important because that's how I'm adjusting the audio. The bad news is the burner phone is now busy. But we're good. You can still send messages to the burner phone, but just won't be able to check them during the live stream as easily. He is looking for attention by making noise. I thought it was Amazing Grace he was singing a bit ago. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. I think he is slightly bored. This is good. That's Rockabye Baby. That is clearly Rockabye Baby. It's a nursery rhyme. Nursery little children's song. I tell you, when I have a problem with technology, I can usually fix it within a couple minutes. These guys in court can take a lesson or two from me. He fought the law and the law won. Good song. He was in the same position when I peeked in hours ago. Yes, it's, well, in his defense, we paused. We paused him. We are expecting the interrogators to come back in the room here shortly for a little bit more dialogue, which should be interesting. We'll see him crumble up one of the pictures of the victims here in this segment. So that'll be interesting to watch for. Yeah, whistling. I think he's like whistling through his teeth. Like you can whistle by making the shape of the mouth. You can also whistle with the. I think he's doing the latter. I'm gonna get copyright strikes for Rockabye Baby. I don't sing well enough for the little fair use clip that I use from all these copyrighted songs to be flagged by YouTube. I love the musical entertainment. You know, we've got to do something to break up the monotony here, Kathy. And appreciate you being here. Appreciate you liking what we try to do to liven the mood a bit. Look how often he looks at the door. Yeah, it's creepy, the Rockabye Baby. When the bough breaks, the baby will fall. Presuming nothing has changed in the last hour, still standing. Well, he was paused for an hour. So yeah, it was lunch, but yeah, we just picked up where we left off. But the previous 45 minutes were painstakingly slow. I think he's whistling Happy Birthday. Self-soothing, says Olnard. Good. That's a good guess on that. I think that might be part of it. I'm still astounded the prosecutor quit mid-trial. The problem is the AV guys in the courtroom don't have a burner phone. If they had a burner phone, we could call them. This is the weirdest thing. He makes noise, and as soon as he sees somebody, he stops. And he's looking at that door. Clearly, he's expecting something to happen. And I'm not sure if he knows what's coming next. And maybe that's the anticipation. When that door opens, what happens? He's not familiar with this part of law enforcement. That was a joke. Yeah, there's going to be no copyright strike for me. I got that, Mangy. I'm hearing high-pitched noises like space insects. That is on the stream, Karen, and unfortunately, it's an artifact of the audio system. Okay, now he's just pissing me off. He's just making noise on purpose, just to rattle my ears. But yeah, Karen, those high-pitched noises. It's from all the noise. The microphone's picking up echoes in the room and things. It's little tiny spikes and sounds, and the digital recording, because it's poor quality and the environment is very poor, it does that. What is YouTube doing? Posting my messages twice, and they just thought it was such a good message that we deserve to see it more than once. So count that as a compliment from YouTube. The Rockabye Killer in the courtroom. Right, he's really regretting that moment. If only he had taken his firearm with him when he went to the bathroom, right? This all would have ended differently. It's crickets. It's a toxic orchid. The squeaks is the AC fan. I hear it too. Yeah, there's a fan. There's a machine noise. I believe the camera system is probably picking up vibrations through the wall as well, like the fans and just equipment in the building. Whistling is a common way for Mexican folks to communicate to one another in crowded spaces. I've seen that. I've worked with a fair number of Hispanic individuals who I might say are much harder workers than I am. But they did seem to have a way of communicating, especially over distance, with a quick whistle. And they knew what it meant. Speaking of likes, everyone take 1 sec to go like this video for Recovery Addict's sake, please. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you do. You don't have to, obviously. I realize many of you do not want to miss a second of this riveting video, but this might be the best time, because I'll vouch for you. Nothing's going to happen in the next 2 seconds. Ready, go. 1,000. 2, 1,000. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for liking the video. I'd love to see him attempt the can-can with those ankle chains on. I think he's actually tried. We had a little practice session a little minute ago. It's because they're recording with a potato. Sorry, default subscriber. I clicked yours on accident, but I appreciate you killing the like button by smashing it. Yes, the microphone in here, it's good. It works over long periods of time, but it's not the best quality. And interrogation rooms are not, they're not recording studios. I mean, they don't have soundproof walls. They don't have, just the environment you'd want to capture audio in its pure form, especially vocal audio. And it's instead you have somebody who just records everything it hears, and it hears a lot of junk that we don't want to hear. I'm surprised the police didn't pop in and almost goad him with other interviews and more evidence. They might still do that, because we know that anytime they get information from him or an answer or a denial or something, they're going to be checking back in with the other investigators who are working on other aspects of the case, and maybe present something else to him as they get more information. Rockabye Ortiz, the jail doors will close. Soon you'll be gone, no more to be seen. Why did he quit, says Charity Dunning. The prosecutor quit because he didn't like the politics in the prosecutor's office. Says it was very unprofessional. He's trying to stay awake. Default subscriber, you might be onto something. We are in the wee hours of the morning, and he's been up all night. There is no bed here, but he's standing. He's not sitting, which is bizarre. Like that one song, I'm Still Standing. Yeah. Just waiting for him. Greg, if he does that, I sure hope we get a translation from Spanish to English. To let us know exactly what happened. Oh man, I'm just a kid. Sorry. He said it was disorganized workplace. I can't take it. You can never find an HDMI cable here when you need one. That's why he quit. He's singing to stay awake. We've got a World Cup update as well on the score. Thank you for that. Do you know why they left the room? Rick, when they left, they took the evidence with them. They're probably gathering more evidence, comparing notes, talking to the investigators who are watching this behind the scenes, and just sort of discussing how next to approach this, because they've tried for hours. They've tried several different approaches. They've tried the nice guy. They've tried, hey, just tell us, we're here to help type thing. They've tried the approach about his truck. They knew that he really cared about his truck, wouldn't even let people smoke in it. And he's like, hey, you wouldn't, you care about your truck so much. Look what we found. We've got condoms and needles and drug residue and everything. Why would you want that in your truck? They've tried all these different ways to try to get at him, to get him to give them something. And so far he's just denied everything and said, so now he's full on singing now. So they've left. They took all the evidence. They took the pictures of the victims, which I believe they'll bring back here in just a moment. But they've left, and they're just regrouping, rethinking this, and they're going to come back in and ask him some more questions. Clearly, the guy who quit was the guy who's in charge of cables and dongles, and he's gone now. If he wasn't chained, he would be doing a dance off on the camera. He definitely, I think he would be opening that door. But he doesn't want to drag the chair. I mean, you can see he wants to open that door. He wants to leave. He wants out, but he's not moving the chair. Maybe he can't. Debbie, as far as the prosecutor quitting, the only thing we have, thanks to Ashley and a few other people who have provided the information, by the way, is there's an article from ksat.com, which is actually one of the feeds that we have available to us, that says Webb County prosecutor quits in the middle of trial of former Border Patrol agent accused of murdering 4. Unprofessional and toxic workplace. Joshua Davila posts on Facebook amid resignation. In a shocking turn of events, an associate district attorney with Webb County has quit in the middle of a capital murder trial of a former Border Patrol supervisor, Juan Ortiz. He said it on Facebook. He said, "I've officially left the Webb County District Attorney's Office. That is the most unprofessional and toxic workplace I've ever had to deal with. I do not recommend it. I'm sorry to anyone I let down." So he even questioned somebody on the stand. He was the one that said, "This guy's really fast," and it was like just a really quick question and answer session. Is his garbage still on the table? It looks so. I think he pushed the water. I think he just pushed it back a little bit, like over onto the investigator side. They'll move it out of their way. They want their space back. And B says, "I said the P word. I'm sorry, and I realize I have some of my good friends from the UK on the channel. I do apologize. I try not to do that." Big yawn. Now we move the chair. Will that get a police officer's response? Let's watch just the crack of light from the door. Just see if somebody is peeking in to see what the status is. Yep, there's somebody right there at the door. Okay, thanks for the update. I couldn't watch him stand anymore. Yeah, they're peeking in. You can see somebody's just looking in right at the top part of that door. You saw the shadow appear just for a minute. This is like waterboarding him. Pauline, I think that's what the defense is going to say. You can say, "You saw how painful it was to sit through that. This was torture." Lots of motion outside the door now. We might have somebody in at any moment. I wish I could fast forward for you guys, but they've taken the remote away from me. I can't do that. They really could have trimmed this video for the jury. 3 hours later. Yeah, he's already said, though, he says his life's over. He's like, I'm gonna be locked up forever type thing. He's never said he's guilty, but he said his life's over. Chris Watt's interrogation was very well recorded. Maybe they hired a professional audio guy to do that. Tom R says, "Do you think they would make these rooms more like a recording studio to have the best quality video and audio available for trial? I've seen some very bad recordings. It may be a funding issue, like Kelly said, but this isn't a small town. I guess Laredo, it sort of is, but what's the population in Laredo? Let's do a quick check. Okay, it looks like it's 250,000, so it's not tiny. Let's see. Yeah, it's not tiny. They should have the funding for this, but I don't know. It wears me down, and I'm just watching. Yeah, he's about to snap. This is too much. Katrina, I think they're showing this so they can remove any suspicion in the jury's mind that something happened off camera that forced him to break. But he has got his feet up now. I mean, you can see he's got his feet on this table. He's really just getting his relaxation time in. It's probably not comfortable. You can see the chains, though. You can see the shackles. Let me go ahead and clear the chat so you can see it a little bit better. But you've got the black socks we were asking about and the ankle shackles. Mary Kay, how did I miss that? Backblast clear. Our little potty humor in here. We're just kids. Has he once even asked about the delay? No, not that I've heard. He's asked you just, take me to jail type thing. I think he'll do that here in this next video. Will the jury find out the prosecutor quit and why? Ginger, I don't think they will until after. If the prosecution is just moving ahead, I don't think it's important for them to know that somebody quit. I think that's just a distraction. The prosecutor quit. Is he the one whose job was numbers and labels for the evidence? Yes, Jay Hughes, that and making sure you bring the HDMI cable out each morning. Just dropped in to say Judge Doro announced a bid for Wisconsin Supreme Court. We saw that, Grumpy Cat. We're super excited for her. This obviously, just from a political standpoint, is the right time. Timing's right. Her name recognition is an all-time high. So if she wants to run, I guess now would be the time to do it. She said before that she's not a career person and that she just loves her job, but clearly she sort of is a career person. Wait, when did I miss this? Joellen sent a super chat saying, starting to understand the defense. This does seem above and beyond. At least some jurors may be thinking this is above and beyond. It's obviously it's obviously painful to watch. As we said before, I think all of us now have grounds to join a class action lawsuit because of the injuries we sustained watching this. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. I appreciate it, Joellen. Toxic says, this is normal, though. LOL, it's done on purpose, and they're checking out his story, and they're discussing the next move. Right. We don't know if the home search is going on right now. I think it is. He said, you can just, don't kick in my door type thing. We don't know if the search has started already. I think it had been. Did they lie about that? Because I think they did the search of the home. I might have the timing wrong, but I think they did the search of the home before he killed the last two. And obviously, once he's in custody, he doesn't kill anybody. But I thought they had already gained access to that. Tiffany says, Recovery Addict, I sent the burner pics of my puppy in case you do another show and tell. We'll do that probably this Saturday. I think we'll do a little show and tell. I've got quite a few pictures people have sent in that we'll share. CB says, have you tried the chat line at the top? Yeah, we did that before. I can do that again. Let me get to there. Yeah, if there's anything about my my live stream that you guys think I could change and make better, please let me know. We're going to run... This is called an upstream keyer for those of you who are just super interested in how this is working. That was the wrong one. It moved it a little bit, but not far. We'll just manually move it up here at the top and grow it a little bit. There we go. So chat's going to be at the top of the screen just for a little bit. And I guess I can move me up there as well, right? There we go. Now I'm above you all. So thanks for the advice, CB. Let me know if that's a little bit better for you. Whose cat gave the super sticker? I love the cat. Did I miss the super sticker? Was that I'm scrolling. It's off my screen. I apologize. I'll have to go back and watch it. I think there was a super sticker on the right-hand side of the screen. And I think it showed up on your feed, even though it was sort of weird on my screen. But I thank you for that. Sometime after 4 a.m. at this point of the tape, I think. Yeah, I think that's our timeline. It's early morning hours right now. Total interrogation time, we know we have 12 discs, but one disc, like the previous disc, disc 4, was 45 minutes long. This one they say is 35 or 32. The disc before that was an hour and 15. The disc before that was an hour. I mean, it really has jumped around a little bit as far as length. But we think we're around 9+ hours of interrogation. We're like out to early breakfast. All the officers are out at IHOP getting a quick breakfast. They'll be back in. They do this to analyze the behavior before and after they've talked to him thus far. This is a shorter wait than at my hand surgeon's office, says Florida man. Yeah, I've waited longer for things that I shouldn't have had to wait for. The DMV line in particular. Detectives are allowed to lie about anything, just can't make promises. Right, and we have seen them lie already. They've said that one of the victims was talking to them when they found her. And I believe she was alive, but not able to talk to them. We haven't heard that she talked to anybody. Joellen says, okay, the judge tells the jury a prosecutor quit because the office sucks. That would go over well. Yeah, you can't. It would taint the jury. They'd be looking at the other guys being like, what's wrong with you guys? Why did he quit? What do you do to him? I've had worse waits in doctors' offices. The dentist is the worst because, you know, there's pain coming. Oh, look, the paint dried. Lori, that's exciting. We should have watched that instead. We will have a show and tell, Debbie, for sure. I've got a ton of pictures to share that you guys have sent to the burner phone. Another one, nobody knows the trouble I've seen. They could have turned on the light so he could take a nap. Maybe he could ask. We've got a... See, now I'm up in the wrong spot. Let's see. Is that the end of the video? I think it is. I'll run down here for a little bit, and we'll turn off this other one just while we watch for a second. Joanne sent the super sticker. I think you're right, Debbie. Can someone please tell me what prosecutor quit, says Little Miss. Yes, Little Miss, give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can show this. Hold tight for just 1 second. We're going to get there. Oh, and of course we get somebody's Windows sound. Okay, I'm just going to take a video from my computer. Just wait 1 second here. Switcher to camera 3. Oh, it's already on the screen. Sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that. You saw me live doing that. Webb County prosecutor quits in the middle of a trial. That's this guy right here. The dude on the left is what they're showing. Apparently this is him. So there's that. Does that ring a bell, or is he still in the courtroom? Am I wrong about that one? Oops. Why? Okay. I've got to figure out what I did wrong there. Okay, let's go back. Oh, we're singing. The one who always stroked his beard quit. Janie, will his wife take the stand? Good question. They can't force her to testify against her husband. I believe that's a protection that marriage affords you pretty much everywhere in the U.S. But look at this. We have action. We have action. Hold everything, guys. Okay, so that didn't work as well as I thought it would.
The one with a bunch of condoms and syringes in it in your truck. And that's the one with the other crack pipe syringes and condoms.
Audio is really quiet. Let's turn this up a bit.
What are we doing? Huh? Saturday. So,
Is this what they call putting him on ice?
stop tracking your memory.
Maybe. They're just letting him chill for a little while, see if he something shakes loose or he changes his mind.
Look, I'm not gonna be beating around the bush anymore. We're gonna keep going in circles here, and I know you're tired and everything, and we got other stuff to do. We still gotta get, I know you're giving us permission to go to your house, and we appreciate the cooperation and everything, but we need to finish that paper and everything and all that other stuff. But
when you guys go to my house, is there anything in particular you're looking for? Because I can tell you, my shotguns in the garage.
I'm looking for, aside from that stuff, just Erica told us where she was sitting. They told us where she was sitting in the front yard. Where she was sitting inside your house, where she was sitting in your backyard. We just want to check some of that stuff out.
So there's no trash my kids' room.
We're not going to trash anything, bro. Nothing. We're not going to trash anything.
My wife is.
Here's another concern I have. And it's for your wife, and I don't know how to tell her. It might be something you need to tell her. But she needs to get checked out. Some of these girls are HIV positive, and some of them had hepatitis C.
I already got you.
Yeah, I'm not worried about you.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about her.
I'm not worried about you. I mean, you're, but she didn't ask for any of that. How did I tell her? Just point blank?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you're not worried about that at all?
I mean, she doesn't have it.
Huh?
She doesn't have it. I already got checked out.
How long ago did she get it?
A week and a half ago.
That stuff doesn't develop over the course of a couple of days, you know that? The stuff that really mess up your wife too.
Yeah.
Or you wear protection.
I'm a doc, man. I'm not gonna.
So that's why you took care of yourself, you wore protection.
Doc, so
Yeah, I know you're a doc, but your wife isn't.
she's alright, man. Yeah, I told her to get checked out.
She always wanted to get me.
You told her?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
tell her.
okay.
You guys want to tell her?
Okay.
She went back to San Antonio.
Good.
Okay. She went back to say, we're not going to trash your house. Okay?
Please don't.
We're not. Look, I'm giving you my word. We're not going to trash your house. We're not going to trash your kids' room. We're not going to mess with anything.
You made him a promise. Said we're not going to trash your house.
Stuff that Erica, of when Erica was there, where she was, and all that.
Or
stuff she described.
other girls in my opinion.
Other girls that might have been in there too. And we're going to pick some stuff up. I wanted to ask you about your phone. It's an iPhone. Is it a touch lock or is it a pattern lock, face lock? Do you have an addition? What is it? What's the code for it?
665544.
6655.
His code is 665544. If you ever borrow his phone, now you can open it up.
You're not worried about your wife?
But as long as she stays in San Antonio.
No, I'm not talking about that.
But
Like
her health in the long run.
Richard comes into the super chat saying, I used to make 5 gallon buckets of half and full sour pickles. Yes, fermented each summer.
I hope so.
And that's a lot of pickles. 10 gallons of pickles. I love that.
So when
Thank
I
you,
go to
Richard.
jail,
Appreciate that.
next week, it'd be in everybody's best interest that I'm isolated. So,
I'm gonna be honest with you. You were asking me to do something when you're asking me for something that's it's doable, but we're sitting here and you keep telling me you didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. Man. So
You keep telling me you didn't do anything. So
I didn't do anything, but when I go to jail.
put you in jail, and I'm gonna tell this guy didn't do anything, but put him in isolation.
Dude, you guys put some like crazy ass shit in front of me. I mean, what is just
It's not that crazy. It's a picture of your truck with other prostitutes, baggy needles in there, crack pipes, condoms. It's not crazy, but I didn't put it in there. I didn't put that stuff in there.
So about halfway through this video. Well, about a third of the way through.
You know what's messed up? I saw that bag on somebody. Yeah.
Randall, I
I've been
think
out
he
there.
quit
I've been out there,
this morning.
You know,
is
trying
what
to
I'm
track
seeing.
down what's going on with these ladies. We've been
So he
talking
might
to
not
a
have
lot
walked
of
into
these
the
ladies.
court at all
Do you
today.
know who we're talking
We'll
to?
have to look deeper into that. Good
We're
question.
talking to him. And I saw that bag on somebody, and it messed up that I'm seeing in your truck. That's pretty messed up. It's messed up that when you were talking to Erica, you brought up Melissa before she did. That's messed up too. You brought up Melissa when you were talking to Erica before she did. And then you just sit here and tell me that, That's just not the way shit went down. But when I take you somewhere, I'm going to put you in isolation for not talking to anybody, for not doing anything, and for just,
Let's just be honest, guys. You guys are not gonna take me to walk out of here, so.
You're not gonna walk out of here. Yeah. We're not gonna
but that's been established,
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm in isolation. I mean, I'm not.
An isolation for what?
You told me. You guys are on it, so.
Ortiz. Let's cut it out. Ortiz, no, Ortiz, come on. Let's cut it out. Let's cut it out. What happened? What happened?
You guys have your evidence. You guys do things with your evidence.
Yeah. And that's it.
So that's gonna be a story that you don't recall doing none of this.
I didn't do any of this shit. That you guys are saying that.
You didn't do it or you don't recall?
Well, both. I didn't do it. I don't recall. I mean, that's pretty traumatic shit. I'm sure I would remember something like that, but.
I'm sure you do.
All right.
I'm sure you do.
And
Here come the pictures out.
Erica earlier, you brought up another stuff, and I think that's pretty important. You told her that it was pretty horrible what happened to her, and that you felt really bad for her. You told Erica that. I didn't tell Erica that. I actually hadn't met Erica until today. So,
Yeah.
you told Erica.
It's when he uses the middle name that he's really in trouble.
You even talked to Erica one of the last times that you saw him with, so that she gave you a
Okay,
blowjob.
the reason why he's asking to be put in isolation is he is in law enforcement. And if he goes into jail, generally inmates don't look favorably on law enforcement officers. So he's worried about what will happen to him if he's in general population. That's my understanding.
You claim to care about your wife,
I do.
but you tell me you care about her and she's good to go.
She is.
How do you know?
I know she's good to go.
Can you enlighten us on how you know?
She's good to go.
Amber, it's all exploded
We are talking
today.
HIV and hepatitis. I know you know what that is. I know you told us you were a corpsman, but you know that doesn't show up like in a day. You know that doesn't show up in a couple of days. Please.
Good, man.
He does not seem concerned about the risk of an STD. But at the same time, he did say he went out and got tested about a week and a half ago.
Well, anyway, when you guys go to my house, like I said, firearms are in the garage. Some of them are in the countertop. You'll see them. They're in front of you. My living room, there ain't shit in my living room.
What's in your countertop that's in front of you?
My AR-15 and my 9mm. I thought my 9mm was in my truck, but you guys didn't find it behind this in my house. Okay, so
Why are there rounds missing from your mag from your duty weapon?
I have no idea. Missing?
Yeah. I mean, unless you all don't make it a habit
Oh.
of carrying a full mag on duty. You're
My master room, my you see my sleep dress, I used to go to sleep.
Please.
My master room,
Ortiz, your duty weapon, your HK.
Mm-hmm.
At the border patrol, you carry a full mag on
Yes,
duty.
that's policy.
You carry a full mag when you're off duty.
There'd be no reason not to, I suppose.
Why are there rounds missing from your gun right now? Why would it give me, you know what? Give me a wild reason why there wouldn't be. Why are there rounds missing? Give me something crazy. Give me the wildest dream you have. Why are we missing rounds from your mag?
Shut up, on this guy.
You shot him this guy?
In your house?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh.
You told me to give you a wild.
Right.
So, but anyway, so yeah, in my
Okay, so
in
that's
my
different.
office,
So that's a wild answer. It would be me shooting in the air.
No, I should.
He's avoiding that question.
You wanna look around, go ahead and have a listen. So hopefully my wife.
Lily, no confession yet. He still hasn't even admitted to
Your house?
knowing the prostitutes.
As far as lucky for her, everything's under my name, so when all the payments default, her crazy, so like shit ain't go something.
Hey, Broadway, we've heard testimony that he
She got married to you.
did have an affair or did have conduct business. How do you want? I don't know how to say that politely. With Erica.
Lucky for her, nothing than her name is in your name.
Yeah.
That's not lucky. Like what's happening right now, nothing lucky. There's nothing good about what's going on here. There's nothing good about rounds missing from your magazine. There's nothing good about prostitutes, bags in your trunk, heroin needles, crack pipes, in your back seat, your front seat. There's nothing good about that.
Maybe in your house.
Nothing lucky about that.
You would know. How do you know?
I don't know. Did you clean up after them? When she was fixing her heroin that she was gonna shoot up at your house? Yeah, you bought her a piedra, and she said you bought her a cura. Se iba a curar, y no se iba a fumar la piedra.
She was going to get a fix.
Yeah, at your house.
Wow.
Yeah, and she went into your backyard to smoke a cigarette.
Wow.
It's not really that wild at this point. I believe it because there's crack pipes in your truck. I believe it because there's used heroin needles in your
Stretch of
truck.
the imagination because we found it in your
Backseat,
truck.
front seat. There's rounds missing from your duty weapon that you have accessible on your front door.
Yes. Thank you, Ashley. That's the right way to put it.
Like I said, you guys have the evidence.
So you're not going to man up to any of it? No.
Just put me in isolation.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not that easy.
It's best interest.
You going to hurt somebody or what?
I never said that. It was always nothing.
Well, then why would you want to be put in isolation?
Best interest.
Of who? Well, I'm not giving you much to go on, so you're not giving me so much to go on to put you in this, you know.
It's okay then.
That's fine.
Okay, I've got to pause for almost a second. Hold on just 1 second.
No? No?
Yeah, I get it.
Go in.
How many rounds of tips on that?
You tell me.
Tell us.
You tell me.
Trying to match things up. There went the picture.
That's what she looked like before.
I have no idea if she's never seen her in my fucking life, guys.
Never seen her either, right?
You offend me, okay, you think?
I'm not saying
There's things.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
I don't care.
Not this one, right? Not the one that ran away from me today. Not that one.
Not even
The
that
one that
one.
ran out of your truck.
Still denying
You were driving
everything.
around town. Awesome.
Not even that one.
Yeah. We're gonna take your photos, so they're gonna give you some stuff to wear. Do you got anything? Did they already?
Yeah, they tied me down.
Well, I hope everything works out, man, because
Thank you.
you're the only one that can help yourself. Nobody else. We can't force you to help yourself.
There go the chairs.
Is that what you think of them? Is that what you think of these ladies?
I have no idea what they were doing.
The hat's on. White hat's on.
Looks like what you thought of them.
No idea who they are.
Last words were, I have no idea who they are. Wow. Every time you turn your earbuds back up, Chandra, they slide the chairs on the floor. Why do criminals act like toddlers? Yeah, I think they were getting at it. Him crumbling up those papers. He's losing control. And just his behavior now, it's crashing down. It's crashing down around him. And in our ears. Wonder where White Hat parked his horse? Probably just tied it up at the corral right outside the door, at the hitching post. We're back to Hallway Traffic Simulator. This is my favorite game. I'm so good at this. Bang your head. Is there a song? That goes way back to childhood time. No idea. If I knew him, it would be tough to kill him. Not knowing them is his defense. He still hasn't admitted to anything. I mean, they have all this information. They know they've confronted him. Oh, he's worried about his hair? Or is he cooling off? What do you think? I think I'm not sure if he's a pomade man or a Dapper Dan man, but apparently the hair was getting to him a little bit. Quick restyle, and he's ready to go again. Quiet Riot, bang your head, right? Why is he crumbling the paper, says Toxic. Those were pictures. They brought the pictures one more time of the victims and stuck them in front of him, and the first one he crumbled up was the after picture. It was the crime scene photograph. The bloody photograph, and he took that and crumbled it up, and then they handed him her picture again, the before picture, which I think was a mug shot, honestly, and he took that and crumbled that as well. He is holding out a ton. They know that she's smoked, shot up heroin in his house. They know where she sat, where she threw up. They know everything about this. The fact that he went and bought her drugs, they've confronted her with this. He knows they know, but he's still holding out. Was the interrogator in the white hat wearing a weapon? KKD, I did not see it. I have to go back and watch. I believe White Hat is the gentleman who's reading on the stand right now, though. I think he is the same one who's providing all the English swear word translations for us. Interrogation room ASMR. This is not the good kind of ASMR.
Sure. We'll take some photographs of you. Actually, can you get up? Oh.
Not with this.
It's like, no, I can't.
I cannot.
So just
Stand up. If they let him out of the chair, they're going to handcuff his hands together again.
There's a box of those. My check is right over there. No, not here. This. I gotta be taking my I'll be lying to your parents. Okay, let me take probation.
It's fine. We'll take a picture of you seated. That's fine. We mentioned Pelosi when Darrell Brooks tore up his paperwork that the judge had given him. He's primping. Yeah, they told him he was going to get his picture taken, and what does he do? He gets out the bottle of water and does his hair so he can look the best in the picture. This is bizarre. He's a Dapper Dan man. Sherry says, man, seriously. Okay, I'm sorry about that. That was painful. Sherry says, the only closed caption I'm receiving on my Fire TV is every word that you say. Well, it's the only one that the computer can recognize. So at least I have a clear voice. He's a purified man. He's a purified water man. There are forms of torture that include long wait times, sensory deprivation, forced to stay in the same position. It's agony as time goes by. Charity, you're right. There are. They generally are more painful to begin with, especially if it's forced to stay in the same position, maybe in a crouched position on your feet, but not able to stand. Things like that. Sensory deprivation, yes, but I don't think he's got that because he's got the door open. He's got the fan going. He's got people walking in and out and water bottles and all that. I don't think they can say this is torture, although we can, clearly. You'd think if he was innocent, he'd be having hundreds of questions and a bit pissed, ticked at being held up and offering to help find the killer. Right. Innocent people would behave differently than he is behaving. And he's already said he knows he's going to jail. But he just won't say why it is. Miss Chris, I do apologize. If I could have one of my feeds be like a second or two ahead of what the one we're taking the audio from, I could literally see the peak on the previous audio and mute it in time. But it would take a lot of effort on my part, and I wouldn't be able to follow chat. Approximate time of this interrogation. Okay, so I think we're about 4:30 in the morning at this point, maybe. We know the sun was up when the police officers went to the site where he confessed about the fourth killing that they didn't know about. It was already morning by then. So this is prior to that. Hopefully he'll like these pictures. Toxic. I'm not sure what I just clicked on. Well, the Discord link. Awesome. Yes, Discord. Do go check that out if you want any document information or updates on any of these trials. Okay, I just scrolled past about 100 texts here, chats. Hopefully he'll like these pictures, says Michelle. Camera time, that's why it's primping. Battery running low, switch to iPad. Get that charger, Shannon. You don't want to miss a second of this. It's gripping. Any moment now, something might happen. It was school picture time. Did we lose closed captioning? I think the noise got bad. I still have it enabled on my side. So hopefully as soon as the computer recognizes the voices, we will gain those back. Lower the volume, guys. It's about to get loud. Strike a pose. Okay, I'm a little far behind in chat. I'm just trying to catch up here. Yulissa says, recovery addict, I always laugh and ask myself why the criminals are always acting tough even when I'm watching body cam videos. They invite police to hurt them. Now this guy, why he tortured himself? Yeah, these mics are awful, C.B. Clark. Anybody with half an hour experience with audio in audio training can probably do a better job than what we have here from this recording. At least it got a little quieter. I've turned the gain down a tiny bit just because it's just noise right now. Lil Miss, there's nothing in the background right now. I think I have to turn the audio on a little higher for the system to catch the chat, and I'll do that once they start talking again, but I have turned it down because they started sliding chairs around. We all need to get our ears checked after this. It's painful. Confession Friday? This Friday or next Friday, Ann? Legitimate question. Hey, welcome, Vin. Glad you could make it. It is a wonderful Thursday for everybody except for Juan David Ortiz, I think, and the prosecutor who quit this morning and who walked out on the trial. So that was news. Came back to lunch and found that. From lunch and found that. Let's see, Bella says, send a picture of my lunch dinner to Burner. I think you'll appreciate. My Christmas tree is captured that I put up listening today. I need to get my Christmas decorations up. The kids asked me about it again this morning. They said, if not now, when? I'm like, I don't know. Don't hold me to that. Maybe Saturday. Monica says, wait, what did you say? What was I saying? I don't know what I said. Remind me. I have the memory of a goldfish. So you can see the investigators push the garbage off their side of the table back over to his side, but it's slid over to the spare chair. I guess that's my seat, as somebody said. I should go sit down next to him and fix the audio. Is this the prosecutor that failed to label any of the evidence? Yes, I think so. And we all are. It's just, this is why we watch true crime, really. It's for these moments. You just don't want to miss it when something does happen. Laura the Watcher says, working while watching, one screen for work, one for continuing education class, and a recovery addict on phone with earbuds. The office has no clue I'm so talented with multitasking. Well, Laura, you're doing a great job. Appreciate you here. You're also able to participate in chat while doing all that. So clearly you're an asset to wherever you are working. And good luck with your workday. Thanks for bringing us with. They do still have to establish subject matter jurisdiction. I think he's tired. I think he's trying to tell us something. Tell your kids this is their year to set up the tree. Take pictures and tell me how it went. No, we do it as a family. It's a tradition. He could die of old age before he even gets in jail, for sure. Shane O'Neill says, hi, guys. As you can gather, my wife paid the ransom again. Shane, the ransom or the bail money? Good to have you back out, though. Yeah, in either case. Hope everything's well for you over there in Ireland. Welcome back. The police were stretching out photos across the table. They pushed the trash to give themselves more depth photo room. All right, so they moved his garbage. He hasn't moved the water since he last used it to comb his hair. He left the lid off because he's a complete slob. This is a picture of all the people sleeping in the courtroom. This guy's just, he is so bored. You know that in preparation for this testimony, I talk about painful, this guy probably reviewed all these videos again. So he watched them initially, and then he's watched them again in preparation, and now he wants to watch them a third time, assuming that's the only other time he did. Ortiz looks like he's been forced to watch his own interrogation. Which do you think is more painful? Him waiting there the first time or him watching him wait the second time? Because you know he can remember what it was like, right? I just came back on after a meeting, and the first thing I see is David Ortiz face down sleeping and all of us watching. Safe to say I didn't miss much. Franco, I think you hit the nail right on the head. It has been a slow day as far as these videos go, and arguably we won't be done till early next week. Hopefully, though, as we progress, he's going to start confessing. He's going to start agreeing to some things. Whether he does it all at once or over time, I'm not sure. But hopefully we'll start getting little bits of information from him that we can start comparing to his previous answers. Japan beat Spain. World Cup update. Sorry if I spoiled it for anybody. Monica's on her 54th claim of the day. Hard at work with a Texas a cowboy hat. The one defense attorney looked like he was legit asleep. You know, He's put in a lot of hours. Don't take this little bit of rest time from him. Shane, good to hear things are great. Your question about what the flip is going on here, we are wondering the same thing. The investigators have left the room. David Ortiz was just photographed moments ago, but knowing he was told he was going to get photographed, and so he grabbed the water bottle and combed his hair, did a quick finger style of the hair, and sat up great and got his glamour shots from the front and the sides and everything. Dragged the chair around a lot, made most of us deaf because it's so loud, and now we're waiting. We're waiting for the next thing to happen. I believe the next thing that will happen in this case is the disc will be done. I think this is disc 5, if I'm not mistaken. Disc 5 of the 12 disc set. It sounds like they've divided it into sections as well, so they're not going to be an hour long each. Push that garbage over to the bigger pile of crap. At least it's all on the same side of the table, right, Johnny? I wonder how many juror members are asleep during this CD. Seriously. Whose decision was it in the prosecutor's office to say, hey, I've got an idea. Let's drag 12 jurors in there and make them sit through the most boring video ever created over days. All these attorneys have watched all of these. Everybody is on their cell phones. The jurors have no electronic devices. They literally are glued to the screen just watching what's happening, not even able to talk to people about it, just suffering in silence. They don't have even the benefit of a chat room where they can, express their feelings. They're clearly being abused at this very moment. Who's got money on him starting to snore? Just got a well checkup going on. Looking to make sure the chest is rising and falling. Yep, he's still awake. I'm behind on the chat, but Lori says cleaning up my closet while listening. I love that you guys are getting so much stuff done while participating here. Thank you so much for bringing you with on your day of whatever work you have involved going on. What state is that in, Kelly Harper? Which one are you talking about, Kelly? Let's see. I missed Kelly's comment. Now I want to know what she's talking about. This is happening in Texas, but I'm not sure if that's what the conversation was. Edward Foster. The prosecution is hoping for a Perry Mason moment where the defendant jumps up. I did it. Just don't make me watch any of this anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm guilty. It's me. I'm the bad guy. Not going to happen. Not going to happen here. Do you think the jury will request to see this again during deliberations? No. I think no. I think the jury will. The only question they may ask during deliberations is, did we fill out the guilty form correctly? That may be it. It is a noisy environment to sleep in, but I think he's pretty tired. He may actually get a wee bit of shut-eye, which hopefully, if they're effective at what they're doing, as soon as he starts sleeping, they'll come in and wake him up. Be like, oh, one more question. My dog watched Depth Be Heard gavel to gavel and has no interest in this case, says Sherry. Oh, man, you've got a smart dog. This is a testament to the power of caffeine right here. Right, the entire law enforcement is running off caffeine, I'm pretty sure. CB's right. Still no confession I've heard on any front, on anything, any point that they've presented to him. He hasn't confessed. It's all, I don't know how it got there. That's not mine type thing. It's all denying right now. But that wall will crumble. It will break. Oh, he's sleeping. Let's close the door. And they did close it. It's shut for the first time. And he didn't move, which means that I think he's actually asleep. I think he actually fell asleep. So now we've gone from watching him fidget and suffer in silence. Oh, wait, he's going to come back in. I was going to say, if we have to watch him just sleep, that is a new low.
They just take me to jail or?
You just want to sit here.
You remember me?
He said, do you remember me? At the risk of blowing my ears out again. Turn it up a little bit. That's what he's hinting at right now. It's just magical evidence.
Hang a press release or what?
Pulled from somewhere else to come over here.
Hey, you said,
I think he asked about a press release. Hey.
Alright, so I've never been.
Ashley, what happened?
Am I going downtown? You can say that. Am I going downtown? Already?
I don't know why 80s Music Man got hidden. Hang
We
on.
only have one job.
Downtown?
Might have been an accident.
I don't know. Maybe that's where you're going, but we only have one.
It's okay.
Let me fix that. 80s Music Man. I think that might have been unintentional.
You really don't remember what you
One.
Work.
Well,
Work. Same thing you do. Same thing you do.
Where? What place?
Mine's a road.
Oh. Unhidden by Ashley. Okay, we're all good. 80s, I think you're good. Continue with your censoring job.
And then again at I don't know, Santa Rita or Santa Fe. I'm not too familiar with that part already. I haven't.
they're over there.
They may have closed the door for her to leave.
So small.
Shane, he's just tired, I think, right now. There's been no testimony that he's under the influence.
I need to piss that I've been drinking por algo.
Just water.
So anyway, it's gonna come out, dude. It's not a secret. Everybody already knows what I do for a living, so.
Not sure who said that. It's going to come out. It's not a secret. Everybody already knows.
You gotta remember me for real, dude. Pulled over a van. The guy. And I was doing liquor shit. And then we were doing security at that place where they built that steel logistics. And if you were coming out, like I waved at you or something, and you backed me up. You were like my first backup, that showed up. And then, then he took down a target. When I was the group supervisor for that team. I don't remember the guy's name. The guy had a warrant for human smuggling. You and your boy showed up, and we were gonna go hit the house, but the guy ended up driving straight up to us, to the gas station, parked in the car wash. Did they brother? No? Maybe a year ago? No? I thought tú, mi otro camarada.
You were there.
Everybody
your
got
friend.
find out about it, so I'm not saying, Gerardo Martínez, square away, nos dio un Gerardo Martínez. And then that target drove right up to it. We just had to batallar,
We had a harder time.
They're sharing a cop story where they both rolled up on the same scene. He's like, "Don't you remember me?" And the guy's like, "No." He's like, "Really? You don't remember me?"
Yeah.
So he's recounting the story.
And after that, I don't think I ever saw you again, man. That's it. That's life.
And he's out. Thump. And back again. Quick nap. Quick nap.
You think they'll let me go to the restaurant? They already did whatever forensic shit, so I just like, wash my fucking face.
Sarge. Can you check that he can go to the restroom? What? Can you check that he can go to the restroom?
See, so he's not alone. I mean, the officer in there just had to say Sarge, and this sergeant was right outside the door. He's going to try to wash his face.
Investigators.
Okay, that's fine. So anyway, after we got that dude in the gas station that drove right up to us, we went to go check out a house, a trailer house. I had asked to come in, and
You didn't get shit out of that house.
those were the glory days.
Those glory days are over for you, Mr. Juan David Ortiz. Mac, I think we're on disc 5, the end of disc 5.
So, like I said, I've never been in jail before. Can I be put in isolation or not?
I believe you can ask him. Not mistaken, promise anything.
It's just that.
Okay. I think it'd be best, bro, porque si se me pone un pinche
Because if a fucking dude comes at me, maybe.
Okay, another bathroom break for him. This is number 3 for those of you who are keeping score. I even knew that one was coming. I apologize. That one's on me, guys. My bad. Just send your doctor, your audiologist bills to me, It's like, should I clean up this crap after this guy? The OCD in this officer just kicked in. He's like, I've got to move this. This is bugging me. Sitting here watching that messy desk. Big shout out to Julie for ordering the mug. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Getting Cali on the map again. Appreciate that. I don't have any of my mugs with me right now. I'm drinking straight out of the water bottle like a complete heathen. But have to rectify that soon. Where do they take him? They took him to the bathroom. Trip number 3. Got a little bit of a bathroom break going on. I can show you what the other room looks like as well, if you want. Let's see. There we go. Sorry to have the toilets there across the witness's face there. That was unfortunate placement. 3 bathroom trips in 6 hours in a 6-hour interrogation. Right? He's had 2 water bottles and maybe a few tollies before they arrested him. Maine is on the map, says Franco. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that order, Franco. I'm going to have to make a map that shows everywhere in the U.S. and the world where these mugs have been shipped already. It sure is exciting to see you guys, see addicts all over the world, claiming it with pride with a coffee mug that declares their addiction to true crime. And we're back. Tiny Bladderman, he's virtually the opposite of me, the exact opposite of me. Riley is blowing us all kisses. Hello, Riley. Thanks for joining us again today. Good to have you here. Keep your eye on Toxic. Make sure she behaves. Going to turn it down just a little bit because he's probably going to slide his chair around to get more comfortable. We haven't seen the new one yet that I'm aware of. I think they both have goatees, though. They match. How cute. He really can't. He seems like he can't wrap his mind around why they haven't taken him to jail already. Did he make eye contact with the camera there? He's smiling. the pea green shirt to match everything else pea-sized. This is just good foreshadowing on the part of the storyteller here. You think he's crying? He might be. Definitely, yes. I think he is. I think he's crying. Some big sighs for sure. Debbie, he's handcuffed to the chair. His right arm is handcuffed to the chair he's sitting on. We believe the chair can move, but he hasn't moved. He's turned it, but he hasn't taken it out. The officers outside the door, I think, have noticed that he's appears to be crying at least. Where's my tiny violin? I had it here somewhere. He needs his meds and a tolly. It's possible that the implications of his actions are just sinking in as far as, you know, where this is going to end up. I think he's legitimately crying. We just don't know why. We don't know if he's crying for, you know, lost opportunities, his family life that he's lost, wife and kids, which he clearly has shown that he cares for, at least to some degree, for the camera. We did see him sort of look over at the camera immediately prior to this. Is he trying to show remorse? Is he breaking? Is this the moment? I think it finally hit him. Default subscriber says, little pea-sized tears. Stick a fork in him. He's done. This is definitely a different look than we've seen from him so far in the interrogation. Which is, I mean, not, I guess to say a little arrogant and cocky. All right, the performance is over. Act 1 is finished, maybe. It does seem to be making eye contact with the camera. And I'm not sure. It may be configured in such a way that he's actually looking at a reflection of himself. If this camera is behind glass, he might be seeing himself in the situation and crying. Shane, I know this seems a little strange. I've been in an interrogation situation, not over this many hours. Mine was a few hours shorter than this. But there are periods of time when there's a long wait where you're sitting there just waiting for somebody to come in, and I can tell you there's no clocks in there. There's no way to tell the passage of time. I was sitting there. I didn't have a watch or a phone to look at, and you almost lose track of how fast or how slowly time is moving by, and it's an incredible experience to participate in, because you are very, very isolated. What the police officers are doing right now is they're taking the information they have, they've gathered from him, whether it's a new bit of information or story or a witness they might be able to reach out to. They're also going out and gathering other information from the other investigators, the ones who are searching the house, the ones who are talking to Erica, and they're assembling all that and looking how to proceed in this interrogation. What's the next angle we work on, and they're also giving him some time to think it over and see if he changes or does something like that. So it looks like the video is over.
Captain, is this the end of disc 5?
Correct.
It better be.
Your Honor, the next CD is disc 6, and that is 50 minutes long, followed by disc 7, which is an hour and 10 minutes, just
So we
to
have
give the
two-
court an idea.
Do we need a,
2 more hours.
Do we need a break at this time? Yes.
Break?
We'll go ahead and give everyone a break. Yeah. So I'll just remind the members of the jury not to discuss facts of the case. Again, not to watch any news accounts or read any articles regarding this.
Antonio Brown and police standoff in progress. Randall, wow. Let's see if we can find some information on that. Well, we've got a break from the jury right now. I didn't hear how long our break is, but we'll keep an eye on this. The jury heard that they have 2 more hours, 2 more hours of this to watch, possibly today. Disc 6 and disc 7, 50 minutes and an hour and 10 minutes, respectively. And they said, please, can we have a break? Somebody poison us or something. Let's see if we can get some information on this, Randall. Where can I find this? Is there a particular media outlet that you've found super reliable? I can check Twitter, which generally has the fastest, is sort of like the soonest to post something, but it's also the least complete source. Switch to my public information officer account. Let's see what we had. I've got to scroll back up to what you said. Antonio Brown. Police are reportedly in a standoff. He has locked himself in his residence per multiple sources. NFL, hashtag NFL. That's from the NFL Rumors account. This is in Tampa Police. Looking at the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail in UK is carrying the story, so they've picked it up already. On the run, Antonio Brown barricades himself in Tampa mansion in standoff with cops after arrest warrant was issued for threatening to shoot his ex-fiancée and mother of 4 of his children. That from the Daily Mail. Let's see what else we've got here. I've got to run this one. Run to A and on. Sorry, I'm just trying to do a million things at once. There we go. And this one. Oops, not TV. I think we want to Luma. There we go. And we're going to run that to A as well. So there we go. Okay, we've got our picture back. Crazy. So he's in a standoff with police who were attempting to arrest him on a domestic violence warrant per media reporting. What do you think? Should we try to bring in the audio from the Tampa police? Do you guys want to do that? Let me give a quick listen, see if I can pull that up here on the scanner. Tampa's a big city, so it might be hard to locate the particular feed out of Florida. What county is Tampa in? Is that in... Let's see what we've got. He's an NFL wide receiver, says 80s Music Man. Let's see what we've got. ABC Action News, Tampa. It's in Hillsborough, right? I knew that already. Okay. We'll listen here. Thank you guys for the responses. The delay makes it easier for me to Google it before you can hear it, because we got a 15-second delay. That's all possible so that we can have the chat feature or the closed captioning feature enabled on the stream today, which is helpful for this interrogation where we're trying to hear what's going on. So let's see what we've got. Right now I've got to add. There we go. DB did file for another trial. He's going to throw everything at the wall. Anything they'll say. Okay. Antonio Brown, yes, wide receiver. ABC Action News, Tampa. Should we check that out as well? I tapped into a ham radio repeater for some reason, a search and rescue. Okay, so we don't want to listen to that. Let's see, Hillsborough County. I don't think the police scanner is available on this one. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so we won't get any police audio, unfortunately. I'm just trying to check on ABC Action News. Waiting for the commercial to end. AJ says, hi, fellow addicts. Did I miss anything good? Define good, AJ, before we answer. You missed a lot, but whether or not it was good, I guess we can reserve judgment on that. We did have a prosecutor that quit. We found out just after lunch that one of the prosecutors in this Ortiz trial in Texas has quit, and he's frustrated with the office. The prosecutor's office is very unprofessional, disorganized, and they don't have any HDMI cables when you need them. And he walked off the job. Prosecution says it's not a problem. They're going to continue on. We've got somebody to replace him. So that was something you might have missed. We did have we saw Ortiz in the interrogation crumble up pictures of one of the victims, and he's still denying everything. So nothing's really changed as far as his standpoint and the information he's provided. But he did get his, I believe, 4th bathroom break, and he's still sitting there as far as the progress in the interrogation goes. We're on disc 6 as well, which is going to be 50 minutes long. Disc 7 is also probably going to be played today as well, which will be 110 minutes long. So 2 hours more of gripping footage from inside the interrogation room in the Laredo Police Department. So yeah, you might have missed a little bit, but really it can all be summed up in about 2 minutes. So don't think like you need to go back and watch this, because honestly, I think my subscriber count will drop significantly if people think they have to watch the last couple hours of footage. It's been painful. Chat has been fun. We've had some great discussion here on the side with some great commentaries following some of the World Cup events and everything else. Right now, we're just looking into a breaking news out of Tampa, Florida, where we have Antonio Brown in a standoff with police there in Hillsborough County. Looking for ABC Action News to provide an update, and they're on a break right now, so nothing yet. Let's see if I can bring some audio in.
Drew Warren and Governor Ron DeSantis closing.
No, that's the wrong one. Okay, so they're talking about political stuff right now. Can you turn on that fan on level 1 and point it at me? It's getting warm in here, heating it up. We are just a few minutes away from when we expect to lose the Ken's 5 feed. I think they only have one receiver. Is on level 1? Okay. They only have one receiver for live feeds. Point it up just a little bit. The Ken's 5 Action News, whatever it is, Eyewitness News, only has one receiver for broadcast, and they use it during their 5 o'clock news broadcast. And so right about 4:45 each day, they just drop trial coverage, just without any warning. We'll see. We've got another source right now that we can take, that we will follow as well. on the bottom with KSAT, showing some people coming back from the prosecution team. That's the new guy right there in the middle, I believe, that gray suit. I think he's the new guy to replace the one who left. But that happened. And, of course, there's always chat about Jeremy DeWitt back in jail. I don't care about political news. Yeah, we try not to bring the political world into here. That divides us more than we need to be divided. Who is Jeremy DeWitt? Who's going to answer Shane's question? Who is Jeremy DeWitt? It's getting colder here. Feels like it anyway, says Debbie. It's getting hot here. Outside it is, well, it's 50 degrees outside, but it's like 90 here in my office. CB Clark says, Ken's TV out of San Antonio cuts their coverage before 5 for their local news coverage. Right, and we expect that in about 12 minutes we'll lose that feed. And that's the top picture in this video. When that happens, we'll switch to the bottom view. Let me just check and see if we have a hot mic as well.
Important in terms of the overall economy.
Okay, so the hot mic you're hearing, that's actually the video I'm watching on my computer. Which is not what we want. So let's try that again. Okay, no hot mic out of the courtroom. Okay, thank you for not being political. That would probably make me leave. AJ, yeah, we don't bring politics in here. I choose not to follow cases that have heavy political leaning. I'm not saying that it's a problem. I encourage everyone actually to be politically involved, whichever side you're on. I think the process is better with involvement and input from all sides. But I found personally that the internet is not the most effective platform to have a political debate. It creates more enemies than friends, and it's very hard to have a conversation that's productive and effective. Which I think is important in politics. So I'm not saying don't have political discussions. I'm just saying this isn't the venue for that. And I just appreciate you guys if you'd honor me in that little request, and so we can just enjoy what we do without the political divisions being brought in. So thank you. 50 degrees in Utah as well. So we're twinners right now. 50 outside here as well. There we go. Debbie says, Shane DeWitt used to have a funeral escort business. Unfortunately, he kept acting like a cop and a toddler. He got out of prison. So he was a funeral director. I mean, I guess the big part of his job was directing the funeral procession. When the cars are going from the whatever church they have the funeral at to the cemetery, they have these special funeral procession vehicles and sometimes motorcycle vehicles that look a lot like police motorcycles. DeWitt was one of those drivers, and he was sort of like the boss, the hoss, and he acted a lot like a police officer, even though he doesn't really have authority to close the road and stuff. It's more like a contractor having the orange lights on his truck. Well, he had like purple lights, but his labeling looked almost like police badges, and his outfits and everything. He wanted to be a cop. And anytime someone didn't follow his instructions, he would act like a cop and, use a little siren and horns and order things around and stuff. So yeah, he got arrested for being a fake cop, and that's just fascinating if you follow that. He's a piece of work. Let's put it that way. Lots of YouTube videos of him. Yes, tons, Shane. If you want to see somebody with a huge ego and no authority, go watch those YouTube videos. He's nuts. So Jenna says, well, I guess I need this mug. Where's the link? Can you get me one of my mugs? It doesn't matter what color. We do have a link. If you look in the chat for this, or the description for this video, I believe the link is in there as well. But one of our mods can post that as well if you'd like. It's currently we only sell it through eBay, just because I don't know what I'm doing. And but the mug that we're talking about is this guy right here. It says True Crime Addict, and it's got a nice colored handle. This one is close enough to my green screen that it disappears. You can see the courtroom right through my hand, and it's blue as well. So the one you will get will not have a hole in it like this one. But Yes, he would beat on people's cars. He'd like hit their windows and their hoods and be like, "Hey, I ordered you to stop. Why'd you pass me?" And he'd block off intersections. It's just, yeah, Metro State. That's the labeling he had on his motorcycle. Just a complete piece of work. And anyway, so the True Crime mugs, I don't need all of them. This is a red one. This is a little bit better. You can see that it doesn't fight with my green screen. But it's got a colored handle and a matching inside. It's a nice, I think it's like 15-something ounces. It's huge. Great for hot chocolate, great for whatever morning drink you need to get you going in the day. But on the other side, it says, it's our favorite quote from the Darrell Brooks case. It says, "Objection, overruled grounds." But that mug is available. If you go in the description of the video, you can find that there. The prosecution is back in the courtroom talking about, well, how's the new guy? What? A hole in space-time not included? DMB, I'm sorry. That's just a special mug. This one that is invisible. Drinking out of it is a challenge, as you can imagine. But yeah, it's actually like a sky blue. You can't see that, but it is. I don't know how I can show you. It looks very dark blue in this picture because it's a shadow, but it's actually very light sky blue in real life. Max says, "I want a beer mug. Let me know when you get one for Tolly's." Yeah, we'll have to look into that. Let's see if we can do that. There's body cam of him getting arrested. Lots of them. Right. Yes, there's all sorts of interactions with him on YouTube. Well worth the watch if you like that. And it's rough to watch because he's just such a jerk. Really. Is there anything new on the Darrell Brooks appeal or the Depp v. Heard appeal? I've heard both appeals have been filed, but I haven't followed them enough to know, Caitlin. It sounds like Darrell Brooks wants a new trial. I don't know what the grounds I don't know what the grounds of that appeal would be. Vic says, "Did I miss the confession?" No. If you did, we did too. We might have slept through some of this video because it was painstakingly slow. But no, currently Mr. Ortiz has failed to acknowledge anything that he's been presented with. He's denied everything still. And we're on to disc 6. DB has filed for a post-verdict relief and asked for a public defender. Finally, first thing he's done right is ask for a public defender. The good thing about having a public defender for us, for DB, is that when you have a public defender, it's not appropriate for you to talk in court. That you literally have someone else who speaks for you. So unless the judge directly addresses you and asks a question, which she only does in limited situations, very limited situations, you are not supposed to speak. You're not allowed to speak, really, and that will be that will be a pleasant change for that trial. Jill Klein says, "Well worth it." What was well worth it? Metro One's moving is his last YouTube before the arrest, right? Well worth watching. Charity, I'm with you. Even at the end, I got a little tired of Darrell Brooks. Or Darrell Brooks. I think he spelled Darrell wrong, so he would object to being called that name. I think it's a Darrel instead of the Y. We would have fallen asleep if not for the periodic loud noises. I'm sorry. I really am. The microphone apparently is attached to the chair leg, which scrapes across the table or across the floor and makes a very loud noise because they don't have little cushions on the bottom of the chair's feet so they can slide nicely. Little felt pads, all we need. DeWitt is very aggressive in some of them. Very much. Reddit will take years for his new trial. Are you talking about DB? Because I'm not sure if that was granted. I'm pretty sure it was not granted. Jenna says, "Mug purchase complete." Jenna, thank you so much. I appreciate all those who support the channel by either donating through a super chat or buying some merchandise. It's wonderful. I can't wait to see what state you are putting on the map with your mug purchase. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Sent Darrell Brooks' handwritten appeal to the burner phone. Okay, Greg, let me check the burner phone. I do have my burner phone back, so you can text me things now. I just got the second picture from Tom about the injury. Let's see, pics of pups. We got some from Lori, Pauline, Tiffany Marie. Got some food and decorations. Got that, Christmas decorations. And here we go. Who sent? Greg says, sent Daryl Brooks' handwritten appeal to the burner phone. Greg, I've got to put your name in here so I know when I go back to find you that who you are. If you send something else, I don't have to remember. I won't forget your name, which I will do if I don't do this. So, Greg, I'm putting you in. You are now permanently stored in the burner phone. So if I ever get arrested and they come looking for you, they'll be able to find you. Let's take a look at this. This is from Fox 6 Now. Daryl Brooks files notice and appeal process begins. So this is the beginning. He's sentenced to life in prison. In a handwritten notice, he wrote, there are clear issues of the law and legal facts in this case. The filing does not guarantee an appeal of his conviction, but it's very likely he'll try. Okay, let's see if I can see. There it is. Come on. I'm zooming in on the handwritten portion. Notice of intent to seek post-conviction relief. All in all caps, I might add. You'd think he would learn. But he has written in all caps to the judge and underlined it for emphasis. Comes now, I, Daryl Edward Brooks Jr., authorized representative of Daryl E. Brooks, in all caps, hereby informs this court and puts this court on notice that I intend to seek post-conviction relief. I have already filed the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief paperwork as of November 16th, 2022 in this court, and I make a request to have the assistance of counsel from the Public Defender's Office and to be notified of said representation quickly and promptly. It is not my intention to bring my controversy before the court, but it is my intention to move this post-conviction relief matter reviewed and heard as quickly as possible, as there are clear issues of the law and the legal facts in this matter, period. I have already requested copies, hopefully certified original copies, of the circuit court code record from the clerk of the court, and he lists the clerk's name, and circuit court transcript from the court reporter. This notice of intent, this is hard reading handwritten stuff. This notice of intent to pursue post-conviction or post-disposition relief is pursuant to Rule 809.3 2B of the Wisconsin statutes. So that's what he filed. Post-conviction release. So he's basically saying, I'm appealing. This is I'm noticing you that I'm appealing my case, saying that I said. He's basically saying something was wrong in the case. Procedurally, something was done so wrong that it justifies me getting a new trial. And because that happened, I'm asking you, Your Honor, Judge, to release me. Basically, act like nothing happened, and let me go until I get this new case. So it's basically act as if the appeal's already been granted. He wants this post-conviction release. Not going to happen. I don't see Judge Darrow saying, "Oh yeah, my bad. Go ahead and hit the street. We'll come find you when the next trial's ready." Silly Writer says, "I got the email that my mug was shipped." That is wonderful. I do love the shipper we use for this is very, very effective. And let me just check here. Minnesota is on the map now. Thank you for the order. Not Silly Writer. That's not you, obviously. I think that might be Jenna. But thank you for the mug purchase. And thanks for everyone who's done super chats today. You guys are super generous. I love your support of the channel. It allows me to continue doing what I'm doing, and it's wonderful. Jenna says, it's pink. Got the pink one. I love the pink one as well. That was sovereign citizen writing, capitalization especially. You could see that just shining through. Songbit says, did anyone see when I said is it Illinois versus Bradley Yon is going to represent himself and not sure when to take place, but looks like a good case. Is that the one that we had the hearing on where he sort of went off on the judge saying, I have all these motions, and she sort of walked out of the courtroom and he was still flustered as he was dragged off? Post-conviction relief is the phrase for appeals. Let's talk about that shipping, though. Jenna, I'm trying to find a way to lower the shipping. That is set for me. I will tell you that I make about, after taxes, I make about 75 cents on each mug. And I'm trying to find a way to do this cheaper. Obviously, if I can get off of eBay, I think eBay is part of the problem there as well, because I think they tack something on. But my apologies for that. I do appreciate your willingness to purchase the mug in spite of the shipping. I will say it comes very well packed indeed, and you should have the cup arrive in great shape. Speaking of Super Chat, Randall comes in with a Super Chat saying, I thought I was the only one silly enough to live in Minnesota. No. We love all you Minnesotians. Is that a word? Minnesotaites? Minnesotians? We'll have to figure it out. Well, in the fairness, all right, the Admiralty Court didn't have sound gear, hence the caps. Right. Where was Tom Hanks' Castaway Island? I think Darrell might learn to like raw crab, minnows, and green coconut diarrhea. Not sure where they filmed that. You're suggesting that he needs to be isolated in the middle of a desert island. Does he deserve that? Really? Seven says mug link. Seven, it's in the description of. Here I am. I'm touching the screen of my Mac as if it was a touch screen. I'll post it here. Just one second. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. It's a big link, but that's it. It does abbreviate it, but if you click on it, it will take you there. You don't have to use eBay for shipping. I use Pirate Ship and don't get ripped off. And then you just put the tracking info in the eBay confirmation. Monica, I agree, but I'm not shipping them myself. These are coming straight from the manufacturer, but they only will let me. So they're being printed on demand, and they'll only let me do this through eBay. But I really like the quality of the product, and so I'm sort of tied there. I've found some other products that are a little cheaper, especially on the shipping side, but the quality isn't there. And I don't want a cheap product. So I'm sort of torn. I'm between a rock and a hard place. I want to get you some options. But we do have actually a friend of the channel who's reached out to me and has a very high quality merchandise options that she can help me with. That's actually the business she does. And may be able to be a little cheaper. The price wise, they're spendy, but the quality is up there as well. So the bailiffs took him away. Did I just miss something? Maybe he got his quick break, a little bit of a relief, and now he's back. Yep, I think he just got a little bathroom break. Hi, all you frozen Minnesotans. It is cold up there, but I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of ice fishing. Unfortunately, here in North Carolina, that's not really an option because we don't have ice. It's even hard to find it in our drinks at the fast food restaurants. So fishing on lakes is just not something that's done here unless you're standing in a boat. But I was a big fan of ice fishing before I moved here. I was totally joking about the shipping, just so you know. Jenna, I hear you. I understand it, but at the same time, I do want it to be as cheap as I possibly can for you guys. I'd like people to participate in the channel and to be able to participate without it being cost prohibitive. So I'm looking out for you. I really am. And if I find a better option, I will use that immediately. Shannon Peterson, thank you for the super chat. In lieu of the mug, I really enjoy your commentary, the chat, and oh yeah, the trials you cover. Yeah. As a side note, we also do talk about true crime. So thank you very much for the super chat, Shannon. Thank you for being here. It looks like we're coming back slowly. We still have the tie. I'm not sure why we still have the tie. Yesterday he lost the tie at lunchtime. But Max says, ice and snow on my mountain here in North Carolina. You must be in western North Carolina. I'm eastern North Carolina. And honestly, Mac, I guess I misspoke. I spoke for the whole state of North Carolina saying we don't have ice here. But I've never been to the beautiful mountains. I've only been out here on the flatland side. I pretty much haven't gone much further west than Raleigh. So that's all I know. I've heard it's beautiful, especially in the fall. But Miss L, we sleep on the ice during ice fishing season. Love it. I've spent so many hours in a little pop-up ice shack. I never had like a full Minnesota ice tent where I could literally just spend the night. But I had thousands of dollars worth of gear, heaters, fish finders, flashers. I had an awesome Markham flasher that was just incredible. Underwater cameras, power augers, you name it, I had it, as well as all the jigs and hooks and weights and lures and everything else, and it was a blast. Ice fishing is fun, although it is not for everybody. I'm not saying everyone should try it, but Shane says, I have not bought a mug yet, but I will soon, Scott. Well, Shane, hopefully before you buy the mug, maybe I can find a cheaper option. I know shipping to Ireland won't be the cheapest for you, but I appreciate the sentiment there. Oh, his top button's actually buttoned down, so he's loosened the collar. These might be clothes from the jail locker room. Like they have just a selection of clothes he chooses. Back to the clock. We are slowly back. Nothing new. We've been slowly the whole time during part 2 of the trial. Coffee for everybody. This has been slow, and I anticipate if we're only going to get through 7 today, Friday, tomorrow may be the day where it really starts to pick up. The day where we start to have some confession. Because I imagine it will be several hours of confession where they're asking questions about each event and what he did and when and what order and things like that. So there will be several hours of him telling the truth. That's my at least that's my belief. He doesn't look so frumpy today, right? But you can tell watching these videos is wearing on him just as it is us. Oops, judge's chamber meeting. Everybody into the chamber. The judge is like, look, can we just agree to fast forward? Right? That's what he's saying. He's like, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And maybe he's talking about this prosecutor who left and saying, do I tell the jury? Do I explain why suddenly the person who said they'd be there and questioning witnesses is now gone? Richard Davis says, Recovery Addict, may I have the burner phone number? And yes, you certainly may. Let me go ahead and type that in chat. Just about gave somebody else's number, but here's the burner phone number. Richard, this goes straight to the burner phone. If you will obviously, if you call it, you will go straight to voicemail. It will have a brief message from yours truly, giving you the instructions on how to leave a voicemail. Especially how to leave one that will possibly get played on the air. We haven't had many requests to do that recently. They've been mostly text messages and images, but you're welcome to do any one of the 3, and you can call it any time, day or night. It's just one of the features of the channel is we have a burner phone. Did you see all the attorneys go back to the judge's office? I see they're not in trial now. I didn't watch them walk out, and I saw you guys mention that. But not sure why. I wish I could be a fly on the wall there. That would be interesting. Let's see. RA says Boone, Blowing Rock has much better scenery than Asheville. You could ride the Parkway from Blowing Rock to Asheville. It's a lovely drive with many historic stops along the way. That would be fun. Why are we showing the witness if the judge isn't back in the room? I guess we're just setting up. Clearly, it's going to start soon. I'm going to turn off one of our audios because it will get confusing with both. Okay, so we're just going to go with Ken's 5 right now, which is probably going to drop out the second the second they start, because as they get prepared. I think they've got an hour before their news goes live this evening. Every time there's a conference, I expect the plea to change to guilty. Edward, do you really think he's going to switch his plea? Do you think is it game over? If it's like, fine, the evidence got in that we thought we'd be able to exclude. Now it's an open and shut case. We might as well just call it quits. Bella says we did the tip-ups and waited in the cabin. Love walleye. Have a restaurant within walking distance called Stillwater, Minnesota, and serve walleye. I've only caught a couple walleye in my life. They're more challenging fish to catch. They're a little more wary of presentation than, say, like a perch would be, or a trout or something like that. Although perch is really good. Walleye is delicious. Crappie is really good as well. So basically all the cold water fish through the ice are fun. The last fish I caught through the ice, though, was almost a 5-pound largemouth bass, which was a lot of fun as well. Lori says, "Don't you think I should have earned my next coin?" Crime Addicts Anonymous. Yeah, you've put in your time, Lori. Hopefully that coin will be arriving soon. Should we do one of those? I actually have some experience making challenge coins, like the real, like a military 2-inch heavy metal challenge coin. That would be fun. That would be fun to have a coin for the channel. Maybe. Okay, let me put this in my notes. It's going to go in my notes list of things to do when I'm not prepping for the next show. Okay. So now we have the Hot Mike Lover merch as well as the challenge coin on deck. I love Boone. The shops are so awesome. That's North Carolina Talk Cares. We're talking about that. Attorneys are summoned to the judge's quarters. Were they summoned by the judge? That'll be interesting to see. Okay, I'm falling behind on the chat. You guys are going fast, so I'm trying to get all the pertinent stuff. If I miss your question, if there's something that you need me to respond to, all you have to do is do what Lori did here and put recovery addict, just like she did. You can put @ in front of it or just recovery addict. Either way works, but it will highlight in orange for me, and it will show up bright on my screen, so I'll try not to scroll past it. But good job on cleaning up the house. If this takes much longer, Lori, everything's going to be spick and span by the time you're done. Have a tent in my backyard. Don't smoke in the house. Even have a heater. Jenna. Where did his glasses go? He took them off. He's resting his eyes a little bit. Did you just give us your phone number? Says Jenna. Jenna, I did. Who would do that? No, I gave you the burner phone number. The burner phone. If I accidentally gave you my number, I think I would have to change it, because there are crazy people out there. But I have a burner phone that we've set up it forwards to my phone, and so I did give you that burner phone number, and that is one you can call if you have a comment, if you have something you'd like to play on the air, if there's a shout out to somebody. We do a Saturday show where we talk about a lot of what you guys are doing. We'll show pictures of your pets, your food, your decorations, just great landscape shots, just a lot of things like that. Some of your, I guess, we've got even some military exercise pictures we're going to show this next Saturday. Just a lot of stuff, and it's sort of like a show and tell. It's really it's not really a structured live stream, because Saturday there's no court, and it's all just a day off, and we just sort of focus. We call it our recovery weekend, where we sort of just reset and get ready to talk about all these really depressing crimes during the next week. But yes, I did give out that phone number, and you feel free to call or text or send a text message to that, or text photo to that at any time. Shane, good night. And it's 10 o'clock in Dublin. Hey, if you have had any trouble sleeping, Shane, just go ahead and turn the channel back on. We'll be watching this interrogation for several more hours, and it's a bit painful to watch. Which prosecutor quit, the old or the younger guy? The younger guy with the goatee, the sort of the beard. The replacement guy also has a beard, so it's a little confusing, but I think he's younger than the replacement. Chambers, because Judge Hale is fed up with watching this bottom feeder sleep. You think he's going to say, hey, shouldn't evidence be pertinent to the trial, right? Isn't that an important thing? Just because we gathered all the the lawn clippings from his yard doesn't mean we need to spread them out in the trial, right? If it's not pertinent, if there's not blood on it, if it's not, something that supports the evidence or supports the argument of one side or the other, why are we presenting it? Just because we can. I mean, why don't we play the recordings of all the radio stations that he may have been listening to the day the murders were committed? It's not pertinent. It doesn't help one way or the other. So maybe he's trying to speed things up, and hopefully. Please, if he is, I have him in my prayers. Ken's will leave in about 50 minutes. I'll keep an eye on that. I'm ready to switch to KSAT if needed, and worst case scenario, we might be able to take something from Law and Crime. But they're back out of the chambers now. Doors open. Everyone's smiling. It looks like it was a little party. Good laugh in there. Everyone's had a drink, a little refreshment. And let's see if a judge comes back on the bench. Yep, we're back in session.
All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in, please.
All right to the jury.
Be interesting to hear what he tells the jury here. I doubt it's a mistrial motion at this point. They could have been bringing up the car evidence, the search of the truck, which has still not been ruled on. Maybe that's what we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
No reason that it shouldn't be played at 20x speed. If you go into the HTML, the coding of the website, you can actually speed up YouTube faster than 2x speed. My son, who does some programming, showed me that. It's a little rough to do it, but it's possible to really zip through a video.
You may be seated.
We're now moving to disc 6.
No announcement.
Yes, sir.
Now on disc 6, do you start to make some headway as far as cooperation from Mr. Ortiz?
On disc 6,
Please.
he begins to cooperate.
And who does he provide information about?
I think he
or
says he knows
acknowledge
Erica
that he
at this point.
Well, instead of saying that he doesn't know who Erica is
Yeah.
and pretending not to know and pretending that was all a blur, the Erica story starts coming in, and he starts telling us about how he knows Erica and where they were earlier that day, and the whole Erica account comes out.
So he begins to reveal that everything early on from the interview was basically a lie.
Pretty much, that's correct, yes, sir.
Hey, Kenny,
And
he is a smart son.
You also testified earlier that multiple law enforcement agencies were in another observation room there at the station observing the interview, correct?
That is correct.
And that included personnel from the district attorney's office.
Correct.
Including myself and other prosecutors.
Correct.
You also, the issue of I need to cover this question. Did you guarantee or promise Mr. Ortiz any sort of reduction in time?
Absolutely not.
Did Mr. E.J. Salinas offer him any reduction in time?
No, sir.
Did either you or Mr. Salinas offer him a probated sentence?
No, sir.
Or probation?
No, sir.
Did you or Ranger Salinas
Toxic.
offer him?
Good job on 8 days.
That charges would be dismissed?
No, sir.
Start again.
Did you or Ranger
You can do
Salinas
it.
inform him that
we've got faith in you.
if he cooperated or not, that would be communicated to the DA's office?
Yes, that was.
Don't have any house rules on caps,
But
it's just polite to not do it all the time.
Photos of
I
family
appreciate
members?
it for emphasis,
He actually requested a photo of his family that he had on his phone,
Okay, and what was your response to that?
that I would get it for him.
Okay. Did you make any other promises? Did you make any promises or guarantees?
No
to-
promises and no guarantees, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Sorry about that. It's not the one we wanted. There we go. Toxic, seriously, I'm proud of you for 8 days. That's awesome. That's 8 days you went without. Even if you had a relapse or a slip, you know, you get to start over on the count, but we've got you. You can go 9 days next time, and then 10, and then 12, and then 15. You can do this. Yeah, they all went to the judge's chamber just to discuss the golf they're going to play later on the weekend. No problem, couldn't. He did it lots of times. The last time stuck. Hey, that's the one that matters, really. That's awesome. Abby, thanks for putting the burner phone number out there. You guys are welcome to do this, to call or text anytime. It will go straight to voicemail, so don't think I'm ghosting you or anything. I'm not able to answer it live on the show. I won't answer it when I'm not on the show either. It will always go to voicemail. Don't think you will reach me. I got a text from somebody saying what your YouTube is. I didn't get anything else, but I'll go ahead and mark you in the phone in case you do send something later. So thank you. I watched that episode. The turkey bombing, turkeys thrown out from the sky. I could have sworn they flew. That was funny. Never quit quitting, Chandra. I echo that 100%. KQD says, I think we already saw this one twice. Yeah, how do we know this is disc 7 and not disc 3? Really? Rattling his chains, nothing happening. Abby, the water bottles did move, but Mr. Ortiz didn't move them. He sort of left them spread out across the table. The detective who came in and sat in the corner, or the officer who came and sat in the corner for a minute, as everyone left, he looked over at the table, and his OCD just got the best of him. And he's like, I've got to clear these up. And he pushed everything over into a little pile. So they did move that way. Oh, my goodness, Bella. That would be hilarious if a newbie called the burner phone from jail thinking a recovery addict was a lawyer. Right. I have a love for the law, but I am not licensed to practice law. There's a difference. I'm more than willing to provide any advice I can give you, but just know it's not legal advice. It does not replace the advice from a qualified lawyer, such as someone like Matthew Harris out of Texas, who is a good friend of the channel. We also have some other lawyers who've joined us over the past few days, and it's wonderful to have them and get their official input on some of these topics. Yes, his babysitter cleaned up after him. Probably that's how his life has gone. His wife probably had to clean up after him a lot too. If I get one call, I'm calling a recovery addict. One call, that's all. Can you see my face on the billboard saying, call the recovery addict hotline? Yeah, maybe we could make a shirt with that on it, the burner phone number. Never go back to disc 3. Disc 3 is bad. Do not watch disc 3. Fish tank would be nice in that room. I'm thinking like a big screen TV in the background behind him with something entertaining on would be great. Honestly, I'm okay with the picture. I really am. It's mostly squared up. It's not quite square. It's got a little bit of a fisheye to it, so you see sort of like a curve in the lines of the wall. I can get past all that. The audio is driving me insane. Just having this piped straight into my ear holes all day long is killing me. Adam says, bro, real hot mic that got a court case delayed 2 weeks. Jared Lysick or whatever from Adventures with Purpose got in trouble for something for live streaming. Right, I followed that. Adam, we had a hot mic incident, I think it was 2 days ago in the evening. It was from the Knoxville Magistrates feed. It was the first appearance for these people who'd been arrested in Knoxville, Tennessee. And there was one who just went off. And it was some bad language, let's put it that way. A strong PG-13. And he just swears at the guard, swears at the magistrate, could care less about what happens or how long he rots in jail type thing. He leaves, and the magistrate, that was the last one for the evening, the magistrate then turns off the camera but doesn't turn off her mic, and the YouTube live stream continues. And then she tells us stories, and she talks about other things. She says things about him. It was an amazing hot mic. It went for 12 minutes afterwards. So if you go back to my lives, you can see that. It says something like Wild Hot Mic, Wild Knoxville Hot Mic, something like that. It's well worth the watch. And I think it was Ashley helped us out. Or was it Mom? I forget. I forget the name, and I apologize. I have a short memory. But somebody helped us out. We gave us a link to what that magistrate was talking about a previous time when another magistrate had dealt with a similar person. And so we went back and watched that as well. It's well worth the watch. Randall says, if I ever get arrested, I'll obtain the body cam footage so you can all see me wave hi to recovery addicts. Yeah, give us a shout out on the body cam footage. That would be probably the best, because all the channels will play it. And that's how we'll grow and really go viral. Randall, I appreciate that. You guys are the best. Debbie says, Adam, is that on YouTube? Yes. Whose channel was it that aired that AWS hot mic? I don't think it was. I'm not sure. I'll have to watch it. I don't know what actually the judge's ruling was. Basically, if it was on a specific channel that was a problem. But the fact that there was a hot mic and it was aired was the problem. Okay, I've got to turn this down. My ears are bleeding inside my new headphones here. Can I play some cool music over this noise? Yes, we can. Let's get something more soothing. Now let's get that rolling here. And I'll mute him just a little bit more. I would say eardrums, but they've got blown out hours ago with the chair moving. Oops. There's a lot of people have dropped my name here. I'm trying to follow this. 782 Gear, welcome, by the way. Haven't seen you in chat before. Welcome. Hope you find a home here in our chat community. How many recovery addicts know Bill W. and Dr. Bob? I don't. I have to confess, it doesn't ring a bell, but I might know them and forgot that I know them. I've done that before. I sent Recovery Addict some info for you, says Laura. Thank you, Laura. That was, I think I'm 2 minutes old on where I am in time here. Okay, I did get 2 texts from someone of an image of somebody with a hoodie on. I'm not sure if that's the sender with the self-portrait or if this was artwork. It's a very good picture, I will tell you that. Just the... You sir, can you be quiet? I'm trying to talk here. Thank you. Great picture. Okay. Okay, Laura, I got it. Thank you. You've asked me to forward an email on to Toxic, and I can do that as long as I can find Toxic on the list. Toxic, send me something on the burner phone. I can't find where I've got your name saved. All right. Let's see. Thank you. Sorry for that. I'll take care of that as soon as I can, Laura. Michelle says, recovery. I took a picture of your burner phone number so I wouldn't forget it. I haven't committed a crime, I hope. Please don't hold me in contempt. Hey, just stay on the right side of the law, and everything will be good. This guy's just making noise to make noise. Just kicking his chains. Okay, so that was an okay song. Want something a little more upbeat? This isn't bad, right? You all right there, bud? Okay. I love all these new emojis that are coming out. I love that you guys found those. Little Miss says, Toxic, that's a great start. I heard of a woman who, to quit, made a deal with herself to only smoke in her bathroom. Sans clothing. At work, on lunch, she'd rush home. Yeah. Okay, so I didn't read that all the way through before I started reading. Sorry about that. But yeah, if that works for you, thumbs up. Let's see. I'd like, Amber says, I'd like to correct something about AWV events. Duty Ron is the Adventures with Purpose. He streamed the hot mic. Duty Ron never once streamed audio video of the hearing. He explicitly said he was not going to, as it was against the law. I thought he did stream audio. Amber, I'll have to look into that. Duty Ron is another YouTuber. I believe he was actually was a police officer involved in the 9/11 when the towers went down. I believe he has experience there. And started a YouTube channel and has grown. He's quite a big channel. So I'll have to look into that, what's happened there. And chat just jumped. I'm way far behind. I remember that Knoxville one, that beep every second. That was a rough one, 80s Music Man. You did great on that. Still a lot of movement outside the door, but nobody's coming in. Why are they showing this? Ola, when you figure it out, please let us know. We have sat through probably more than an hour and a half, 2 hours of nothing on video. Duty Ron aired it, and it was the hot mic. Justice for All was streaming Duty Ron. What a mess. Okay. So here's the question. When they say it was against the law to stream it, it was against what law? Because now you actually do have the question of subject matter jurisdiction. With the Adventures with Purpose event, I believe that's happening out of Utah. That case is out of Utah. So it may be illegal in Utah to transmit that. But if you're not in Utah and you're taking a live feed from the internet and streaming it somewhere else, are you subject to the laws of Utah? I mean, if they put it out and you redistribute it under fair use, which a lot of us do, are you subject to their jurisdiction? So it is a subject matter jurisdiction question for sure. Sounds a little bluesy. We have some more Texas type. We've got the cat song. We've got the cat song we can play. He was listening through to the hearing. I appreciate all this information, Amber, by the way. Thank you so much. He was listening to the hearing through his AirPod and was streaming himself and his account of what was happening during the hearing. During a brief recess, he removed his earbud, which unmuted. Oh man! So was he in the hearing? Was he personally there? No. So he was listening through his AirPod. This is weird. Because you've got some states which are completely open to the media, and it's like if it happens in the courtroom, the camera can be here, type thing. You know, with just a few exceptions, and then others who are like, if the camera hears anything, it's a mistrial, and everywhere in between. Crazy. Thanks for the updates, Amber. If he starts moving around and tapping to the beat of the music, I will lose it. If it just happens to match up, that would be funny. He starts bobbing his head, humming along. I would lose it too, because this happened 4 years ago, and for that to sync up would just be bizarre. Tina says, that is my picture. For some reason, it didn't go with my text. You took that picture? I'm a bit of a camera guy, but I'm not as good as I'd like to be. Tina? I'm surprised he hasn't yelled out the door. He's like, hey, you know, I'm surprised he wasn't like the bravado we saw earlier when he's like, hey, I outrun two of your fat deputies, you know, and I'm a fat guy. They need to work out some more. I'm surprised we haven't seen some of that, where he's like, hey, what's the holdup? You know, let's get in here and get the show on the road. He's definitely changed a little bit from when he first started. Canned laughter. What did I miss? Been gone about an hour. This right here. Actually, he was sitting up about an hour ago, but that's about all that's changed. Welcome back, by the way, Canned laughter. Appreciate you being here. So, Franco, you talk about this lack of sleep, and I've got a legitimate question for you here. Can this qualify as coercion? Can keeping him awake when it's the middle of the night, he hasn't slept, he's clearly exhausted? Is this coercion? Is this reason enough to throw out his confession, which will come after a couple more hours of this? What's your thought on that, Frankie? I like the blues better. Amber, part 3 says his mic in the WebEx where he said brief recess, so like, share, subscribe, all YouTube stuff. They didn't have the WebEx broadcasting on YouTube. Several others did, though. I'm going to have to look into this one, Amber. I'm curious, from the court's perspective, exactly what the ruling was and the reasoning for it, what the restrictions were on the media. That'll be interesting. Linda says, what happened in judges' chambers? Well, Linda, what happens in judges' chambers typically stays in judges' chambers, and it did this time. Everybody came out smiling, like they had a good time, had a good laugh. Maybe, everyone did shots. I don't know what it was, but they came out pretty happy, and the judge just said, all right, we're back on the record. Let's start the video. So a lot of hymns are in the public domain, so we could sing a hymn while we wait. We could, but the way it works is I'm the only one with a microphone. So it would be me singing a solo, which isn't necessarily the best thing. Toxic said, I've never sent anything on the burner phone. Long distance feeds. Okay, we'll find another method, Toxic. Another method to do that. I might hit you up in a jabber on Discord, or just a direct chat on Discord. Because I think Laura wants to send you her email. So I might have to do that. You might have to remind me, though, when the stream's over. So I've got too much open on my computer right now to have Discord open, or else it just starts dragging and going really slowly and not responding. Is the jury still alive? Can somebody check? Just check them for a pulse really quickly. Chandra, this is one of my favorite videos. Oh, brother, where art thou? Fantastic video. I personally am a Dapper Dan man, and so I just love that. Great bluegrass soundtrack. MB, I draw mostly. Is that a drawing, MB? No, who sent me the picture? Okay, Caitlin sent that one. Somebody sent me a picture of actually they sent me two pictures. It's a very dark picture. I'm not going to show it because I don't have permission yet. I'm not sure if that's what you want me to do or not. But it's not overly lit, but the lighting is very distinct of an individual wearing a dark colored hoodie. If you can, whoever sent that, if you can just reply and just tell me what your name is on YouTube, that would be great. And I'll plug it in. Have you considered a burner email address? KQD, I should probably do that. It's probably not a secret, but you could dig around on my profile here on my account and find a contact email. But honestly, I don't check the email very much. Let's see. Yeah, the email, I don't check it as often. I'm not saying don't use it. So, Abby, it's not a problem that you emailed me. I'm just saying that if you need a quick response, it's not the best way to reach me. Maybe it's time for a Recover Addict story for sure. You will be interrupted. Bella, that's a great suggestion. What story should we start with? I've already told a lot of the bomb story today, so I'm not gonna go that route. Should we do the dead body? Finding a dead body, breaking into someone's house and finding them dead, and then having to call the police and explain everything. That was fun, especially because I was in a foreign country. I was over in England at the time it happened. I'll just say that I was over there as part of a church mission, and I had an appointment to meet with a gentleman to talk about religion. And we showed up at the house, and he wasn't responding to the door. And we're like, that's weird. He's, his friend who had wanted to be there and talk at the same time with us was like, he always answers the door. I don't know what's wrong. And we ended up, after we pounded on the door for a long time and he didn't respond, we broke into his house and found, unfortunately, he had passed away from a drug overdose. And it had happened a day or two previously. And so immediately, I can tell you, we thought he was, the position he was in, he had been seated on the couch and fell forward. There was a needle in his arm. Might have been an air bubble in the needle. I don't know the details. But he had fallen forward and was almost in like a praying position on the ground. And I went up to him and put my hand on him to sort of shake him, saying like, "Are you okay?" type thing, and he rolled over. Rigor mortis had set in. It was very apparent immediately that he was dead. It was not something you would revive someone from at this stage. And so we went immediately out of the room and left the house and called the police. And the police officers arrived. We had a brand new police officer. We had someone who he literally it was like first day on the job, and he was assigned to take our report. And my understanding of how things work over in England is that the police officer has to be in full uniform. And this particular officer's uniform includes a tie, a shirt and tie. And his tie was a clip-on tie, and it kept falling off. And he was mortified as he's trying to write, and the way he's writing and holding a notepad, it's tugging on his clip-on tie, and it keeps popping off and falling on the ground. And he's like trying to hide it and put it back on and write and take notes and everything, and asking us, "So you broke into his house and found him dead?" type thing. "Why did you break into his house?" type thing. It was funny. I did not get arrested, thankfully, at that time. Breaking news: full court found dead from boredom. This just in from Texas. It was a sad situation, unfortunately. The young man didn't have any family or anything around. We really hoped to connect with him and sort of help him on a recovery path of his own, because he had some rough things happen, and unfortunately we weren't able to do that. But Vic's coming in with a great song reference, "The Dead South," "In Hell I'll Be in Good Company." This song particularly, it has the "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" feel to it, and I love it. It'll have you snapping your fingers and bobbing your head. It's a great song. Check that out on YouTube. Ashley, it was a little traumatic, I'll admit. It surprised me, but it wasn't something that scarred me. Ferry says, "I knew I recognized you. You're in wanted posters all over the UK." Yeah, I haven't been back since. I'm not going to risk it. Oh man, it is 10:18 a.m. in Laredo. Is that what the timestamp said? CB, I think that's off, because I thought it was like 9 a.m. when they went and found the body that he told them about. That guy. "Lock your doors and windows, grab your guns, recovery addict is breaking in. Only if you say you want me to be there and then you don't show up, and then I'm going to check on you. And it's just out of concern for you that I would do that." The police were rather impressed that we were able to gain access to the house without any sign of breaking in. Let's just put it that way. On a side note, I used to sell lockpicks, so I don't do that anymore. But I do some lock picking. If you want to see, I do have a bunch of locks that I can pick in seconds. It will make you rethink any lock you have on a storage unit. Hide your children, hide your wife. Another great reference. Oh man, this is a news media reference from years ago. Hide your kids, hide your wife. There was a news story where the guy was interviewed that was just hilarious. Google "hide your kids, hide your wife." And there's a song. They actually auto-tuned his news report, his interview, man on the street interview, and it's great. Seven says, "Recovery addict, this has to be the worst trial we have followed so far, man. Hands down, it's the worst." I appreciate you guys being here, though. We'll try to. I'm going to turn him down just a little bit more, because this is painful. Why we have not fast forwarded is beyond me. This literally is a crime in every other state but Texas. Lockpicking Lawyer here today. We bring in Scott. Love the Lockpicking Lawyer. Love that YouTube channel. He is so much better than I am. His feel with a single pin picking is just phenomenal. I can get a lock open sometimes faster than he did, but he does it reliably faster than I can. I See Dead People. It's a good movie as well. Is that a reference to me breaking in and finding people dead? It's after 10 a.m. Whataburger opens at 11:30 a.m. Okay, so we're waiting for the store to open for the Whataburger. He's still here, and we're still waiting for his breakdown. Do you need special tools, or can you unlock with the hairpin? AJ, the hairpin, it's on some locks. I will say very, very few locks you can use a hairpin. The reason why is you need a tension tool in addition to a picking tool. So there's one pin that's used to push the pins of the lock up. Hang on one second. Let's see if I've got a demonstration lock. We're gonna take a desk cam really quickly so you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, I have a big box full of locks like this one here. This is a big heavy duty master locks, complete junk. Another heavy duty master lock, complete junk. Let's see. Do I have any demos? Here's one right here. There we go. So lockpicking 101 right now. We're going to have just a quick breakout while we wait for Ortiz's to get this. So I'm going to show you here. This lock is crystal clear, so you can see it. It has inside it pins on springs, and you've got a keyway on here. The key gets pressed in, and the bitting, the up and down part of the key, corresponds with the pins inside the lock, and it presses the key pins against the driver pins against the spring, and it lines them all up so there's what's called a shear line between the two rows of pins. Once all of those line up, you can then rotate the core, which will release the shank, and it opens. The process of doing that for a lock like this, it takes almost a second. And very few locks are really secure when you think they are. They just keep honest people honest. I forget what I was telling you that for, but I do love the sport of lockpicking. Lockpicking lawyer is so much better than me. Law and Lumber, also good guys. I am fans of theirs. I don't think they would have any interest in me, but I love their work. Okay, so let's go back to the camera. Where were we? I think we were right here. Oh, no, look, nothing's changed. Okay, a few seconds behind, but that's absolutely false about what's opening. Whataburger opening at 11:30 a.m. Lindsay has inside information. Lindsay, it sounds like you could possibly be the person who could get us a Whataburger. That's what I hear you saying, is that if we need a Whataburger, you can maybe hook us up, and we might call on you to do that at some point. Today on How to Be a Criminal, that guy. Before I moved to North Carolina, one of the first things I did was check the laws on lockpicks, and I won't move to a state like, for instance, Tennessee, where it's against the law to be in possession of lockpicks without a locksmith license. It's legal to have them here, and I can even pick locks as long as they don't charge someone for it. I can do that here. But anytime you commit a crime, if you're in possession of lockpicking tools, those would be an aggravating charge in possession in criminal tools when committing a crime. So don't commit a crime and have lockpicks in your possession at the same time. But in North Carolina, it is legal. I can own them legally. That's not a problem. I like when court is boring because we get great stories from recovery addicts, says AJ. I have a few. I'll space them out, but I have quite a few stories. MB says it's 10 degrees right now, windy, and my kid wants me to stand in the town square to watch the parade. Nope. MB, have him live stream it. Every kid has a phone. Have him live stream on YouTube, and you can watch that in another box. It's just as good, right? Abby says, recovery addict needs to know how to pick lock. With 6 kids, they could lock themselves in anywhere. Right, that's why I did it. No, actually, my experience in lockpicking comes from the IT world, where I've done a lot of IT security type of stuff. And some of the trainings we go through to get you in the right mindset to understand IT security, they start out with teaching you physical security and how you can defeat locks. I try to keep you entertained. Somebody has to, because this is not entertaining as far as video goes. Change view. What view would you like right now? Let me know. I've got a couple. Let's see, where did we go? Did I miss a bunch of people? I did just scroll past everybody. Lock pits, cables, cameras. Oh my, what else is there? I could tell you I've worked in a greenhouse. I know how to grow a poinsettia from a little pinching of a plant. Let's see, I've found stolen cars. That's fun. I found evidence of poaching. I discover old mines and explore them, which I don't recommend anyone does because that is super dangerous. Let's see. I have the exact same lockpick kit. Yeah, it's a common one, but lockpicking is so much fun. I will tell you, for those who think you can never pick a lock, it is easier than you think. And the first time you pick a lock, it will astound you. You'll never forget the way you feel when the lock pops open. And you're like, I did that without the key type thing, and you'll be hooked. You'll be hooked. It's almost like watching true crime. It's that good. There's no end to recovery addict talents. Yes, I sing and dance too. So you get the full package here. Does he need to pee again? Is he doing the dance? Somebody came in and asked him a quick question, but I could not hear what it was. No wonder my storage unit has been broken into 2 times. Jay Hughes, I did open some storage units for people, mostly for a storage unit owner that had a police order that he could order it. He could open it. And so with all that signed paperwork and him waiving me of any liability. Yep, looks like all those tall boys that he drank are working their way through the system. So another quick bathroom break. Anyway, so I have opened some storage units for people, and I'm much like what is it? The Italian Job? The girl in Italian Job? Cuffs are off. The cuffs are off completely. That's what he asked for. See if we get a big stretch out of him here. Okay, that's fascinating. Anyway, much like the Italian Job, when I open a storage unit, I don't look at what's inside. I just pop the lock for him and I walk away. Lockpicking class is in session. We can do that someday. I do have videos on my TikTok of how to pick locks. I show how to open a master lock, a combination lock, if you don't know the combination to it. It only works on the older models. The newer ones, they've improved a little bit. Okay, I'm catching up on the chat. Give me a minute. I'm scrolling here. Lots of people have flagged me, so I just have to check this out. Check your DMs on Discord when you get a second, says Amber. I will do that, Amber. I can't open it right this second. I had Zoom open for some reason. Did one of you, are you on Zoom with me for some reason? Not sure why I was in there. I'll try to get Discord open as well. Really surprised all jury members are still awake. You and me both. Default subscriber. I pick locks in Washington State for sport. Lock sport is amazing. Great hobby. Default subscriber, maybe you'll appreciate this. I almost made a game. Like, you know how you can buy a board game or make a board game? I almost made a game in which it would consist of 2 lock picking kits and a selection of locks. And the object of the game is you lock all the locks together in a chain, and then each team or each player starts at one end, and they have to pick the locks. As they take a lock off, they have to clip it onto the other person's chain. And then the person who runs out of locks first was the winner. I thought it was a great idea for a game, but the problem is it's actually a felony to mail lock-picking sets to people who aren't locksmiths. And so it became a challenge because so many states have different laws about lock picks. I still think it's a great idea for a game. I just can't get around the legalities of it. The guy must be handing out energy drinks to the jury. Red Bulls all around. It gives you wings. I hope you wore good deodorant. He's probably getting a little sweaty in there. Okay, I'm scrolling. How did you meet your wife? You said that you upgraded. I married up. I didn't upgrade. I didn't have a previous model. But Bella, we met we lived in the similar community. That's all I'll say. I respect her desire to not be as public as I am, so I can't tell you as much about that. But she's amazing, and I love her. Help with Orchid. Somebody's saying I need to check my Discord here. Just one second. Who said that? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Luke. Amber. Let me read that. You've got a lot of information here, and this is what I was looking for. Thank you very much. I will get back with that. I appreciate you sending me this. But I'll finish that at another point because I don't want to be torn away from this video because at any moment something might happen. What's the name of the video here where the audio was left one and the court had ended the... Okay, what's the name of the video where the audio was left on and the court thought they had ended the feed? Silly Writer, that we call that a hot mic, and if you go in my live streams, I think it was like if you search them chronologically, I think it was like 4 or 5 live streams ago. It wasn't long ago. Do you think this jury will think it's unfair keeping them deprived of sleep and food? I think they're getting plenty of sleep and food. They're just not getting enough like mental stimulation during the court case is the problem. Saw a guy open padlocks with 2 open-ended wrenches. Easy peasy. Yep. Some of them are easy that way. Just sent you drawings and a lady in a YouTube called Angie Sutherland. Thank you, Color Me Abstract. I appreciate your artwork. You've sent me quite a bit. Hopefully we can share that on Saturday. Law and Lumber does a live stream, Friday Night Frenzy. I've watched that one time. Works real hard to keep it clean. Doesn't always succeed. You know, it's sort of sometimes out of our hands. He was there for the Depp trial. Cuffs on the left hand. Thank you. Oh, whoa. We got a super chat from 782 Gear. Thank you very much. No message with that, but let's see. At least I don't see the message. If you have something or a question you'd like me to answer, 782, I would love to. But in the meantime, deep thanks from me. I appreciate your support of the channel. So the cuff was switched to the other hand. There will be a time when he asks to take the handcuffs off. I have handcuff key on the keyring. You never know when you're going to need it. I keep one in my cheek, at any time, so I can just get myself out. Recovery Addict will teach you how to pick a lock, then show you your trial on his channel. You know, I'm just trying to create content. It's what we do. Recovery Addict wants to play a game. Let's play a game. I picked my daughter's lock to her bedroom when she locked herself in when she was taking tantrum. Did it with a bobby pin and scared the bejesus out of her. Lori, great job. It is challenging to pick a lock just with a bobby pin because you have to use it to both pick the pins as well as provide the tension. So that is an advanced skill you just demonstrated. Oh, we have action. Guys, hold the phone.
You said that you were going to give us consent to go to your house, right? It's not an issue, right? Okay. You know we got to be closer. Okay. Will you consent for DNA?
Okay, he just said, you're going to give us consent to go through your house, right? There's no problem there? And he said, yeah. And he said, will you consent for a DNA? So they're going to swab his mouth. They're going to do a good old, it's like a COVID test, only it's not in the nose. Almost as invasive, though. There are lockpick sets on Amazon, AJ, and they are against the law. Trust me, I sold lockpicks, or I tried to sell lockpick sets on Amazon, and they are a violation of the terms of service. And Amazon told me that was not be allowed. So now I do sell lockpick cases, roll-up tool bags for lockpick sets. It's like a grab-and-go bag for a lockpick set, but they do not have any tools in them. I still have those on Amazon. Okay. Thank you. By the way, thank you, 782. I did not see a message with your chat, but thank you so much for the super chat and the support of the channel. Snoop Dogg leave a live feed on? Yes, I think that was him, and it may have had some incriminating evidence on his live stream. You guys are awesome. This is amazing. I think I'm caught up on chat right now, as of this very moment. I'm caught up. No, I think it somehow switched to top chat. I need to switch to live. Okay. Yes. Little Miss, you didn't miss anything. We have the handcuff on the left hand. That's the only thing that's happened in the last 40 minutes. And he's consented, again, verbally, for a search of his house without a warrant. And now he's also consenting to a DNA swab. So in the coming minutes, we should have the same tech come in and do the DNA swab. Lori says, I met my hubby on the phone, and no, he didn't call 1-900-BABE. I called my friend. He called my friend, and I was the one who answered. You intercepted a call and stole him. That is amazing, Lori. That's wonderful. I still have my cuff and leather restraint keys from the psychiatric hospital I worked as a nurse. Right, you worked there, right? Not just kidding, default subscriber. All male assaultive unit. So you're basically confessing to owning padded handcuffs. Is that what you're saying? I've never seen those. It would be interesting. Leather restraint. Is the cuff and leather restraint, is that one tool, or are they separate tools? I mean, are you talking like a straitjacket and handcuffs? the Doritos bag is going to decompose before these videos end. It has started to break down already, as you can see. Little Miss, we'll cover for you. I'll even pause the video if I have to. You're not going to miss anything. It's just going to be a swab as well. I mean, to be fair, they already have his DNA with the water bottles. Just take the swab from that. They could, but the detective that pushed the trash to the other side of the table touched the water bottles with his bare hands, which would be a no-no if he's trying to gather it as evidence, right? You don't want to contaminate the two. Ooh, what was that there? Something, I think a package of donuts or something was just brought out of the room behind us, which does have a doorknob now. I thought it had no doorknob, but I can see it does. C.P. Clark, stole my hubby from girlfriend via intercepted phone. You mean like Sarah Connors in Terminator? We did hear him consent. So far, nothing seems coerced. Ortiz's older attorney will be retired before we see all these discs. I expect to see people just full on snoring in the courtroom.
I gave him him to my phone. Is there any way they could just print something out from that phone? Let me see.
He asked something about his phone. Can they bring something out to me? I'm not sure exactly what his question was, but that's the first time he's really made a request other than having the handcuff key change or the handcuff changed to the other side. MB, thank you for the drawings as well. Probably save them for Saturday to share. Then we're going to have a long show. We've got a lot of text to go over, and I might miss some, which will be awful. Will they eat donuts in front of him? I hope so. It would be a buccal swab. That's the official name, a buccal swab. Proper handcuffs, but leather restraints. I personally don't know either, by the way. I dated a wrong number once. Chandra, was that out loud? You dated the wrong number? I'm guessing that wasn't like a Mr. Wrong. I guess it was, but that sounds bizarre. Sorry, you've got the wrong number. What are you doing this weekend? Nothing? Was that just a ploy for him to, an excuse to talk to you, or was it truly a wrong number? I have different restraints, LOL. Okay, TMI, default subscriber, TMI. It sounded like he asked for something on the floor. Maybe being in his socks is getting to him. I thought he said something in his pants, like his phone. It can't be too cold in there because it's like 190 degrees in Texas at the time this is happening. He's being treated a lot better than some people would be in his situation. So I'm curious, how bad is this going to get for them to claim coercion? Actually, there's got to be something, right? There's got to be some little bit of evidence they can say, see here, this, what they did here, this was coercion. And I think what they're going to get at is there's going to be a point where they bring up the fact that the district attorney is outside and he's the person who could help you out, and it could look really good on you if you help us here, type thing. I think we're going to get something like that. Debbie says, recovery addict, I believe I missed your answer. Why can't the prosecutors speed this up? Well, Debbie, we actually found out just after lunch that the only person who knows how to work the fast forward button just quit from the prosecutor's office. And so we're stuck here in real time watching this in painful second by second every single disc. 782 gear. Everyone here are all my kind of people who I would surround myself with. This is a great community, 782. I'm glad you found it. They are great. I appreciate every single one of you. You do make it extremely special. It would not be the same without you. Put him with Mr. Brooks. He would confess just to get away. This is not lawful law. My husband received a breakup phone call as a wrong number. The woman told him no more, and he said, who's this? Because he was young and wasn't dating. She sobbed and hung up. Oh, man. I hope she at some point realized it was the wrong number. Owl, he does at some point ask for a picture of his family that's on his phone, right? We heard that in the testimony before they started What disc are we on? 6? MB says, please don't show the pic of the boy I drew. I don't have permission from his subject's parents. Okay, I appreciate that. No, I won't. Can you send me a text to follow up that says that, just so I can flag that, so that'll be the last thing on the chain? Is that all right, MB? I do appreciate you sharing your artwork, though. Thank you. Still don't know what your voice sounds like, by the way. You haven't called the burner phone hotline voice message yet. Yes, the same gentleman who has the fast forward button also takes the HDMI cable. I met my husband. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm still single. Maybe one day. Everyone, does anyone want to guess at how Tiffany Marie will meet her husband? And then whoever's right gets a free mug, right? I met my fiance at the gym. I'm surprised the judge isn't getting frustrated with the lack of knowledge on technology. Lindsay, that bugs me, but I'm surprised he's more frustrated with the lack of content on the evidence that's being submitted. Hey, look at this. Check this out. You can see people sleeping in the courtroom. Maybe they are going to say this delay was what caused it. Okay, this is the buccal swab. How many officers does it take to...
You can send it for us to take your DNA, right?
This is the first thing he signed.
And today's 9/15/2018. And it's 10:45 a.m.
You're right, 10:45 in the morning. He has to write on the edge of the table because his hand is still handcuffed to the chair. Wouldn't it be great if we all lived near each other? We would never get any work done. We'd all just hang out and watch true crime shows.
Can you guys come on the crew? Can you come on the crew?
I've been pissing off the
Hey Johnny, you can't pay for advertisement, product placement like this. You can't put a price on it. Okay, so he's starting to break.
I'll show you. The only one where my family's at.
Okay. You want to print that? But we have to open up your picture, right? That's the only one you have of your family?
Donde todos estamos.
Or we're all together.
Okay.
No juntos, just my wife and my 3 kids.
Do you know what y'all wearing, or?
It was Mother's Day.
Or not.
Okay, so that's the testimony we heard earlier. He said, is there any way you can get me a picture, a printed picture of that's on my phone? He wants a picture of his family, his wife and his 3 kids, and they said, yeah, we can do that. They asked which picture. He said it's from Father's Day. They said it's the only one that's on the phone. Apparently there's just a Father's Day family photo that he's asked for a copy of. So why does he want that? Clearly he's thinking about what he's losing, right? He's losing his family. It's over. That could be probably why he was crying earlier. He's going to be looking at that, and then he's eventually going to start breaking. He's going to start cracking. In this video, where he's going to start confessing to being with a prostitute, with Erica, how he met her. I'm not sure exactly to the extent that he's going to confess on that, but I think the pieces are slowly going to start falling, and it's going to start coming together. Maybe one of us will get married. Tiffany might get married before this video's over. It could happen. She could meet Mr. Right and get married before we finish the 12 disc box set. If I take the handcuffs off, you're going to behave, right? Yeah. I don't have any music for this. Apparently he does have some tattoos. We're gonna. I'm not sure how much of this they're gonna show. Thank you, cameraman. He's like, okay, do we pan down? What do I show here? Yeah, the trick to getting him to write was to handcuff his hand. We're just getting photos of the tattoos. That's what it was. And look at this. He gets a new shirt courtesy of the county jail. He's just looking at it to see what it says on it. I believe it says inmate. They're taking his clothes here because it's evidence. These are going to be tested as well. We knew that he had blood on his boots. He had blood on his boots. He's going to get cuffed again. Crazy, crazy. This color looks good on him, though, you have to admit. I'm not sure what we're seeing here. Single white female addicted to this channel, looking for same. Hang on one second.
Make it. Yeah. Double check. Double check on the YouTube. That's what I check. Okay, fair enough.
So, I just found out I am also missing a Christmas parade right now. But I'm not going to go. Okay, so I've strategically placed my I tried to place me over anything that might be shown on the video. Okay, so he's getting a new set of clothes. Well, his old clothes are going to be bagged in evidence bags, as is proper. It will be a plastic bag or a paper bag, not a plastic bag. They're being photographed first. Is that a Nikon camera? I couldn't see. CG, yes, he did cry. It was brief. It was when he was alone. But he did cry. I believe there were real tears. Very loud paper bag here, but I don't want to miss the audio. All right. Trying to catch up with chat again. I'm falling behind. Recovery Addict taking one for the team. Blocking the image. I am DMB for sure. I love this default subscriber. I wonder if someday criminals will be tried online by a vetted group of citizens, like us, right? In the court of public opinion. Okay, so we're going to have everything bagged up. Photographed and bagged, bag tagged, and off to the evidence. And he's got a county jail shirt. He knows he's not going home. He already knows. They told him that earlier. They said, you're not getting out of here tonight. So he expects to sleep in the jail is his next location. Thought they said no blood on the boots yesterday. No, they actually said blood on the boots. And they said, why would there be blood on the boots? Just finishing up the bagging and tagging here. Michelle, we'll probably see the bloody boots in court in evidence. As long as this interrogation is not thrown out. If this is thrown out, then obviously anything they got from this interrogation, including all the evidence they collected, physical and verbal, would not be there. A little person walked behind me. They did. Did you see that? That was one of my little ones. I believe he still has on his original undies. And nobody believe we watched this. Default subscriber. Oh man, you went there. Oh, it would appear the undies came off. I'm glad the camera blocked everything. I was not paying close attention. Let's just.
Everything so far that we talked about, everything you've asked, we've accommodated. Okay. Now we have the district attorney's office is right here, the DA himself. Okay. Now's the time. If you want us to put a good word in for you, you need to.
This is the coercion.
You could be. We cooperated with you. We talked to your wife like you asked us to. We stopped her. Huh? She left back to San Antonio.
That's what you want.
What is she doing? She was worried about it. That she didn't know what was happening, and she wanted answers. And we told her that she could hear from you later. We asked her to go back to San Antonio. She went back to San Antonio. You're asking us for a picture of your family. We can get you a picture of your family. We'll work on that. We have permission to do it. We can work on getting you that picture. And normally they don't allow stuff in the jail, but I can work on trying to get permission for that too. I can work on it. Can't guarantee it, but I can work on trying to get you permission for that.
You didn't want us to break down your door. We're not going to break down your door. We're not going to ransack your house.
So, help us out with what happened. We'll get you that picture. Look at that. I'm working on it right now. Got one of my guys working on it.
Okay. Lil Miss, he's about to break. Sound quality does suck. They're saying, hey, now's the time to help us. We've helped you.
Katie, please. Katie, I've done what you've asked. I made contact. Talked to the troopers. We made contact with them. We didn't scare her. We told her you're okay. We told her you would call her later. You made contact with her when you were ready. When you're ready. You might not be ready right now, but when you're ready. And we told her you're okay. You're not hurt. We're not going to kick in your door like you asked. We're not going to mess up your house.
They're being the friendly guys. These are the good guys. They're saying, hey, now's the time for you to help us.
I'll even ask the sheriff for permission to let you take it in. I can work on that. All I'm asking for is for you to do the right thing. It does matter.
You told me to help my wife. Keep my retirement, right? There's no way hell they can keep that.
Why would she keep her retirement?
Because I want her to.
You know what? I don't know. but I can find out.
He's worried about his retirement.
You know, that's stuff that we can work on. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. She's gonna need help after this. And if there's a way that you could help her, help us cooperate with us, help us have a little bit. Tell them that.
If it was a mistake, let us know it was a mistake, man.
Big sigh.
What was a mistake?
What happened?
With the girls. Huh?
With the girls.
What do you mean a mistake?
Jamie,
Tears are flowing.
you're here. Hey, look at me, Jamie, please. Please help us out. I'm asking you, please. I'm trying to get you the stuff you're asking for. I'm gonna work on it. I'll get you the picture. Help us out.
I think if they had the picture right now, he would break at this moment. If he had his family picture to look at.
Statements made by some chick. Maybe at a gas station. That's it.
Kitty, come on, Kitty. You want me to find out about your, what is it, furs, or what is it, I'll find out. I'll ask, I'll call, I'll do what I can. She still has to go on, and so do you. She's gonna need help. Like I said, I can call, I can ask, I can find out for you. Kitty, look at me, please. I can get you a picture, and that I can get you for sure. I can get you permission to take it in. I can work on that.
I just want my wife to keep whatever little bit of money we have, and I don't want to waste money on legal fees, and there's no point in wasting money on legal fees.
Okay, if you don't want to waste money on legal fees, why are we going through all this? Just tell the truth.
You already know the truth.
Well, no, JD.
You already know, you already told me you got blood on the boots.
JD, look at me, please. Let's not get back into this. We're gonna get back into. Look at me, please. Let's talk. You and me. Let's not get back into this. Let's start over again. Look.
My mom's gonna have a heart attack. Just see how she really is. How she really is. I'm the pride and joy of the whole family.
JD, you served your country.
They're on his side of the table.
Really gonna have a heart attack. I'm going to
You serve your country. You continue serving your country for the youth, for the patrol. You've done the right thing. Help us right now. Help us do the right thing. Help yourself do the right thing. And please help us cooperate with this so we can move forward on this. Just whatever you feel comfortable telling me, we can go from there. But at least, please help out.
I can turn it up a little bit, but it gets painful.
Help us show the DA that you're cooperating with us. We're gonna get you the picture. We're gonna get the picture. Help your family. Please. Jenny. Help your kids, help your family, help your wife.
They're calling him JD, which is what his friends call him.
Eric goes in my house.
Okay. Eric goes in your house today. Okay.
What happened? Did y'all have an argument? No. She's lying that I brought up with this person, and she brought it up as soon as I picked her up.
What did she tell you?
As soon as I picked her up, hey,
I just saw.
yeah, I heard her. She's like, yeah, I'm not telling her.
They killed her, dude.
She was your best friend, wasn't she? I'm her best friend. Pero she,
Also
like,
never.
You would go cruising? So,
See?
yeah, they don't mataron. Yeah, I saw it on the news. And I was like, okay. I told her, she's the one that brought it up, not me. I told her, cuando la loca posted a photo, I didn't even recognize eso. Porque sabía placa. I recognized Melissa cuando la family posted a photo for the media. That's when I, oh shit, that's Melissa.
What's her name?
Then she started telling me, no está loca.
They killed another chick.
Una se llama Claudine. Y me dijo, ¿ella conoce a Claudine o no? Claudine, no, Claudine.
Do you know Claudine or not?
¿Cómo se llama? Estaba cerca que Claudine es una, dijo, es una güerita, chaparrita, yo tú la has visto. Dije, no, Claudine. Le dije, I'm really good with names. I don't remember that name. Y ¿cómo se llama? Me dijo, tienes que ver un picture. Y yo, oh, okay, go ahead. So, we're driving. We're driving. Se quería una cura. So we went to the
She wanted a fix.
house that's so dope. It's on Clark Street. Give me a map. I'll show you what's up. El otro no tenía black tar. She wanted black tar.
And the dude didn't have black tar.
So we're driving around like dumbasses.
That's heroin.
That I needed a
weird ass name for it.
Okay.
I said I have no idea what you're saying. It's a range. Okay. Oh, okay. So we went to some.
And I told her.
What looked like an abandoned trailer house by Baby Doll's drive-thru.
She came out. The dude's not there.
So ahí es when we stopped at the gas station in Arkansas.
Let's go to another place.
And I told her to get me 3 tall boys. She got me 3 tallies, whatever. And
We continued driving.
I'll be honest with you, like route que fuimos, I don't know where we went. There was projects nearby.
But
esa parte de la
government housing.
So ahí se metió.
That part of.
She kept looking back the whole time. She lived for a while. I was like, what?
So she went in there.
Viene, sale. Nada más se me queda viendo
When she comes out, she just kept staring at me. And I told her, what's up with you?
I was staring at her. Yeah, you looked at me. I told her, you looked at me kind of weird. No, it's fine.
And then the chick's telling me, you know what? My hair was all messed up.
Go to the house?
I didn't say anything. I told her.
Okay. I'm gonna need a shower. I laughed, and she's like, you're fucking laughing at me. Like, no, at least you're on to her. So we went to the house, and I went outside and I smoked a cigarette. She did whatever the hell she did.
What's the name of it?
With her heroin bullshit. I come back in, she wants to go outside and smoke a cigarette too. So we're smoking a cigarette.
And she was telling me.
Melissa
too?
She brought her up, not me.
Melissa too? I told her. And the chick told me, I just remember that she was with you the last time. And I tell her, don't you remember, dude? You and I were together when we picked up Melissa. That's the last time I saw her. And I told her,
what do you mean?
and she told me,
yo levanté a la Melissa y tú estabas en la pinche crack house. Y dije, Melissa y Melissa íbamos a agarrar la crack. Y tú ibas saliendo. And she yelled your name. Dije, no te hagas, güey. Y la ruca no se quedó.
And you were on your way out.
Like she started like freaking out. Oye, ¿qué hiciste? Pues nada. Le dije, la ruca no quería cruise. Estaba cerca que she wanted me to drop her off on San Eduardo. So I left her on San Eduardo. She said she lived there or some shit. Y me dijo, pero eso cuando fue.
She told me.
Dije, I don't
when was that?
Y la ruca me dijo, no, sí me acuerdo de eso. Pero a mí se me hace que ella la encontraron hasta 3 days later. Erica said that. Okay, I don't know. Le dije, she gave me a BJ. That was it. Okay. Digo, pero I'm pretty sure you talk to her. She talks like that. Oh, okay. She's all like, yeah, man. La encontraron like 3 days later. Okay, so I know. And then she goes, I'm getting really nauseous, David. David, I'm getting really nauseous. What's wrong with you, dude? Se metió.
She got in.
Went to my living room. Se fue para abrir la puerta de afuera de la cañada.
She went to. She opened the door. I told her, calm down.
I'm like, dude, calm down, dude. Dejaste para acá, dejaste para acá. David, I can't come back inside that house. I can't go inside the house. Like, dude, what the fuck? I thought we were gonna fuck. No, I can't go inside the house. So, goes, I'm okay, well, I need to get my phone.
I told her.
So I grabbed my phone because it was on the counter. Yeah, no, I don't care to come in. She told me that. Okay, so I wait, I don't know, pinches cigarros. And then I come out, she gets in my truck, I get in my truck, we take off. ¿Cómo se llama? Gritando, la muerte anda cerca, David. La muerte anda cerca. La muerte anda cerca.
Death is nearby,
La muerte anda cerca.
Death is nearby.
Y le dije, you want something to eat? Dijo, yeah, let's go get something to eat. Dije, okay, do you want like a restaurant or like a drive-thru? Dijo, like a drive-thru. Me dijo, not like a drive-thru, just something we can pick up real quick. Dije, a gas station que está ahí en la esquina. Dije, ahí venden, all the truckers go there and buy burgers. Okay. ¿Cómo se llama? Otra vez she starts freaking out. David, la muerte anda cerca. La muerte anda cerca.
Death is nearby, death is nearby.
No. So it's like, he pulled my sidearm, and she goes, so I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude, calm down. My gun was holstered, so si la ruca te dice que no estaba holstered, es puro.
So you were just like moving it?
Yeah, my gun was holstered.
Okay.
I'm giving you my words of man.
Okay.
It was holstered. Help me! I put my gun down. So I grab her because she opened the door, that's hysterica. I'm like, fuck. So I look out, see? I don't know, somehow, you guys say I grabbed her shirt, I really don't recall that. I really don't recall her running out topless. Oh, fuck. I put the truck in drive, and take off. That is true. That is true.
Okay, so we got a partial confession.
That gas station, it'll prove that. I didn't chase after her, I didn't salir con mamá.
Come out with bullshit.
And you
nothing like that.
And San Bernardo.
What was close by there where you put your own
You don't remember?
Bus stop, there's like a little bench right there.
Where people sit down?
So you just were cruising?
Yeah.
Is that where you always pick her up, or have you picked her up in other places?
Other places, sometimes she walks up and down Lion Street. And that's pretty much it.
From there?
Lion Street, yeah.
So entonces you just went in the whole street, just ¿dónde la trabas? Right here?
Where did you have it?
Panel or what?
I think it was on my side panel.
Okay.
I grabbed it, I picked it up. She freaked the fuck out, and it was holstered.
That.
And
esa, I want to swear, was my 9mm. I want to swear was my 9mm porque tenía Black Hawk, not even a Black Hawk, a custom made holster. It's not even
And you always carry a team by the door panel?
Yes, because lefty. If I was ready, I would have it in the center console.
Okay. And then you just put it over here because...
Put my
phone just to move it.
Had you already drank some beer before that? Or
I was, whenever I cruise, I'm drinking.
Okay. And what about her? Has she been drinking from it?
Que yo sepa, no.
That I know, no.
Would there be any clothing of her still in the house or no?
In the house, no. We didn't do anything in the house. I freaked out. Like, we were outside smoking. She brought up Melissa, and then literally, está vomitando.
I'm throwing up.
And then she literally ran out. And then she kept on going,
I cannot go into the house. We cannot go into the house.
But she went inside your house to shoot up, right?
Yes.
Okay. When, did she change clothes? What was her changing clothes?
She changed clothes in the gas station.
I remember.
Okay.
In the gas station.
Okay. ¿Y dónde está la ropa esa?
No sé, supongo que se alegó.
Okay, so
Where was
she
that
changed
chick?
in the bathroom, okay.
And the bathroom to that gas station.
Do you remember what gas station it was?
So like, is this on it?
Well, the ones that you already know about.
Okay, so entonces you took off. Correcto. And then ¿qué pasó?
When she was acting all hysterical at the gas station by North there, he just didn't want her to be screaming at the store opening the door. He didn't want to attract all that attention.
Yes.
That's why you were trying to get her back to the car.
Yes. Until she started screaming hysterically.
¿Te pegó o no?
Did she hit you or not?
No, I don't remember. Nomás hizo like,
She just made a sound.
Like, it was like I was not expecting that reaction. I was like, what the fuck?
Wait, have you ever encountered
Yes.
any girls que te sacan navajas o algo?
No.
Then they pull out knives on you or
So they
something.
do sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Or they'll take you somewhere y te roban.
Like they steal from you,
That's never happened.
like other dudes
So
get
te
them.
arrancaste, then that won't happen.
No, okay. I went cruising.
So I took off.
I know. I went to my house.
Okay.
I went to my house. I was like, fuck, esta pinche vieja me
This damn old chick, very hysterical. Damn it.
So I sat, I drank some beer,
I just did there at my house.
and nobody me quería empezar. Then I went to Murphy's, otra vez, that
Again?
gas station across the street from Walmart. I brought more beer, and I just went driving around.
And that's how you ended up at the Circle K in San Bernardo? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So when the troopers saw you, what were you thinking?
When the troopers saw me,
Uh-huh.
yo venía
I was coming.
from 35.
Okay.
And I saw the trooper, I saw him parked at the center median, and I'm estaba parado. And I'm estoy chingando.
And I don't want to stop.
So
Fucking shit.
Okay.
I drive,
He,
pass him, there's vehicles behind me, I see him bust the U-turn. So I'm driving, y luego como que ya no lo vi.
and it seemed like I could not see him anymore.
I already got taken a piss.
Just
In a gas station.
Okay.
I didn't even take my flower with me.
Right.
I went there, I took a piss, I came out, there's two troopers who wasn't fully at me.
Okay. So entonces, did you run because you were afraid that somebody te reportó or what?
Reported you?
Did you run because you were afraid that she had reported you?
That
I was pretty confident that she had reported me.
Okay, so that's the reason you ran.
Yes, I was very confident that she had
Okay.
reported me.
You said you went drinking after that happened. Then you ran from your truck. You went to your house
And I finished off
and you
with
paid. Okay. Then you went to
Murphy's,
Murphy's.
and I bought more.
And, okay. And from there, where'd you go?
Cruising, I ended up on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't go anywhere else.
No, that I recall.
We're not gonna have your phone stuff going somewhere north.
I
Well.
already gave you the access to my tin. My privacy is probably on, so
Okay.
like that.
Do you remember firing your weapon at night?
Fired my weapon. No. Sometimes when I'm drunk,
Okay.
I really do.
Okay. Pero where in
But-
the city or one of those cruises?
or only when you were
No, in
At the-
San
in
Diego
the-
Parkway in el exit.
Okay.
at the exit.
On the railroad tracks.
I think it's on your side, Loomis.
So you just pop off some rounds, okay?
Or what?
Okay. Do you all have to count your ammo? Say, like, let's say si te da por patrol, like,
They
two boxes
give
of
you-
ammo.
I have a lot of.
So there's no reason why they would say, oye, tenemos cinco cajas.
We
where
gave
are
you
the-
5
So,
boxes.
so they don't care how much you shoot. They don't even care.
Back then they did.
Okay.
Now they do.
Okay, so now everything's counted for.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say they gave you 5 boxes and you went and tried to use 2 boxes. And so, but really you're missing another box.
You have to turn it in. They don't let
Okay.
you take it anymore.
Okay. So how would you replace?
I have like 50 boxes.
Okay.
I have a bunch.
You got a stash at home.
From when I was stationed in Katuna,
I got you.
they would always give us like a bunch of boxes. I kept them all. I got those.
And they're all there.
40?
Yes. I got 40 and 9mm, 623, 12 gauge.
Those are-
22. Okay, when you guys go to my house, I have shelves. They're in the very bottom shelves. Okay, it's not glass.
And they're all there.
This guy has an arsenal.
What brand of ammo do you like to use?
I have a bunch different brands I have listed there from some.
What's it called?
I have Winchester. I have another one because I'm a Monarch.
That's called?
And it
Includes
froze.
disc 6.
Correct.
What happens in disc 7?
Nothing.
And disc 7 is where we learn
to
about what
Claudine,
happened to Melissa,
to Janelle,
to Claudine,
and to Griselda.
to Janelle, and to Griselda.
From this point where you finish, it goes into the confession.
It goes into the confession, yes.
And he describes to you in detail how he killed each woman.
He describes how he picked up Melissa, took her to get high. She got high in the car and passed out in the car next to her, and he was annoyed by that. He describes how he contemplated dumping her at the hospital, but then he thought if he dumped her at the hospital, there's big cameras around, they might see him. So he just started driving up on 35, got off on the 83 on the 18-mile marker, and he kept driving into North Webb County. He left the city. Eventually she starts coming to, and she is disoriented and becomes belligerent. And eventually they end up on Jeffries Road because she has to urinate. And while she's getting down to urinate, he tells us that he pulls his pistol on her and he shoots her in the back of the head several times.
Before he, right after this scene here, what is that he asks you to do before he confesses in that room, and you had a decision to make, if you recall, regarding his handcuffs?
Oh, he asked me if I could remove the handcuffs from him before he told me what he did, told us what he did.
What were your thoughts at that moment?
I was apprehensive, but I took off his handcuffs anyway.
And from that point on, he told you every detail about every murder?
Correct.
Okay. He explained to you how he picked up Claudine on the 13th?
How he picked up Claudine.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't know her as well as Melissa or Erica, but he picked up Claudine, and that eventually they went to get a fix, I think, also, and they started talking about where Melissa had died out on Jeffries Road, and how it would be cool or interesting to go check it out. And while they're headed out there, she starts kind of freaking out, according to him, and they end up getting off on FM 255, which is in the opposite direction of Jeffries Road, off of 255. So they head east on 255, and that's where he kills her.
On the 14th, he picks up Janelle and Griselda?
Correct.
And that is after Erica escapes at 9 p.m.
After the Erica incident, he makes some comments, and you'll hear him of how these people were trash and how he was going to clean up the streets, how he had told us before, us as in law enforcement, of all the issues that were out there and we hadn't done anything. And he said he was going to keep doing it till he got caught. And he started with telling us about Janelle and also Griselda.
Okay.
Said he took Griselda, picked her up, same place, San Bernardo, where the rest of them were, and started driving him northbound. And eventually he started seeing some law enforcement presence, and he said, oh, there must be a bolo out or something, you'll hear that. And so he says he takes a ride on 255 again, and he starts headed south on 35, and eventually they end up at the 22-mile marker, and under the underpass of I-35, they have a conversation, according to him, an exchange of words, where he tells her north is San Antonio, south is Laredo, get out, leave, or something to that effect. And he tells her, I'm the one who did what happened to Melissa and Claudine, that he tells her that was him. And I think he relays to her that he plans on ending it that night for himself. And she, according to him, says, don't do it, God loves you, don't do it. And he gets frustrated eventually, and he tells her leave, and you'll hear how he explains it. And she doesn't, so he points a gun at her and kills her. There. Drives back to Laredo.
Before that.
Yes, sir.
I need to stop you there.
Turn on your mic, please.
Oh. Does he tell her to go back to Laredo or walk towards San Antonio?
He tells her north, that way is San Antonio, that way is Laredo. And
Okay. At this point in time that he's seated there with you in this room, how many murders do you know of?
we know of Melissa, Claudine, and Wiselda. We hadn't identified Wiselda yet because we had just found out about that murder while we were apprehending him.
Okay, so
We found out about that third one, chronologically third one, while he was being apprehended. And he was, in fact, in this disc, he'll tell us about her and how he killed her there, confirming what we had
So you
suspected
literally
there.
found out while you were apprehending him at the Ava Hotel about the body at the 22-mile mark.
While I was at the Ava Hotel, received a call came in to dispatch about someone under the underpass down, and there was a caller, a passerby. We sent a deputy out. Deputy calls me, and the deputy tells me, "Hey, I think we have another one." And I said, "What do you mean?" And this is while we're at the Ava, actively looking for him. And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "It's another female, shell casings again, and they look like 40s. And I said, "Okay, hold on." Obviously, we were busy. I wasn't going to make it there. And so was Ranger Salinas. He was with us looking for him. So Ranger Salinas made some contact to get some other personnel there, and I sent deputies there to secure the scene while we handled that.
At this point in time, Janelle has not been found.
We didn't know about Janelle.
You did not know, let me make this clear, this question, you did not know about Janelle.
We had no idea Janelle was dead, no.
You had no idea she was missing.
No.
There was no reports about Janelle.
There were no reports about
There
Janelle.
was no 911 calls about Janelle.
Nothing. We didn't know. He
How-
volunteered that information and surprised us completely.
He surprised you by volunteering that information about Janelle.
During the confession, yes. He told us about a body that, the fourth body, that we had no idea was out there.
And no one knew about except him.
No. Nobody knew about that except him.
And he
If he
told-
hadn't have told us, I don't know when that would have been found.
And he told you precisely how he executed Janelle.
He said exactly how he executed Janelle. Yes.
Go ahead and start.
Okay, we're rolling the tape.
Sir, I'm just having a little bit of trouble keeping up with Spanish, English, so just...
Okay, just try your best and speak loudly.
I will.
And just, Louis, about 5:40 almost, we're gonna go to about 6 o'clock-ish, so find a good breaking point.
Okay.
Once this will look
We're going to
for-
lose this
So,
feed
about
from
6
Ken's
o'clock,
5
so
in just a
you'll
minute.
Figure out what's the best time to pause it.
I'm probably going to mix and match audio and video after that. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Okay, we finally got to the good stuff. I don't know what's on the rest of the discs. Maybe it's just an empty recording of the interview room that they kept the machine rolling, and they don't know how to trim it off. So crazy. Debbie, hope everyone's okay there. That's crazy. An accident just down the road from you. Oh my goodness. Why? Imagine accidentally admitting to another murder while confessing to other murders. Yeah, that's what he did. I apologize in advance. I know I'm about to get flooded in chat with everyone's ear complaints. But, yep. Oh my goodness.
Remington, I think, for the shotguns.
Still talking about ammo.
I'm being 100% honest with you, so I haven't purchased ammo in a very long time. For my 40, I've never purchased it. It was all beefy. For my 9mm, the last time I purchased it, this is going to sound stupid, when Obama was president, there was time that he was going to ban weapons, so everybody was going crazy buying ammo.
Right.
I bought 9mm in bulk. That time was literally the last time I purchased ammunition.
Yeah, 40 you get it
For more, I think, am I talking like 10 years?
What brand do they use? What brand does Federal use?
I think they use Federal.
He knows they use Federal.
Is there anything else you want to tell us?
Thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate it. And we'll let them know that you're helping us out with it. I appreciate that. I'm going to eat that picture.
I still can't hear anything. Are they talking yet?
The rest of anything else you talk about?
I don't know shit about talking. That bitch on top of yourself. Okay. I don't know. Okay.
And Melissa?
Melissa, you know, she was, Erica referred to her as a good friend of mine. She was a good friend of mine. This is a chick I would pick up. And sometimes, most of the time, I wouldn't do anything with her. I would pick her up and I would take her to Burger King, buy her food. Sometimes I would take her to Taco Palenque, drive through and buy her. That's all these chicks want is food. So I'm not joking. Most of the time, I never did anything with her.
The balance much is okay.
So he just picks up prostitutes and takes them
Is
lunch.
there anybody else that you picked up?
That I picked up?
I need earplugs is what I need.
Whose name was?
But Karen. Okay. But I only picked her up once and never again.
Because that turns out to be
Ana Karen Herrera. Sí,
that's right.
I picked her up that one time and one time only porque so I was like, no, ¿qué haces? No, I told her my covers, no, trajo una logística, quién sabe qué.
And I told her, thank you. And she said, no, well, once in a while move something.
She started mentioning
Daddy, can you buy me? No way I'm going to do that. No, Daddy, go across and bring them to me.
One time, de vez en cuando vuelto Dallas, I'm like, well, ¿qué haces allá? No, porque muevo mi jable, no tengo mi jable. After that, right now, no thanks, bitch.
Keep up with my work.
Anyways, when Karen was in my truck, she dropped her fucking phone, and she said, "Can you call my phone?" I'm like,
damn it.
So she called it, and her phone was vibrating. That's how my phone got saved in her phone. Okay. Well, after that, she started texting me, like, "Hey, my man, how are you? Hey, I started ignoring her, and then like she started getting like irritated, yeah. So I literally blocked her.
We're about to lose this feed, I think.
Is there any other time that your phone number is going to be somewhere where it shouldn't be?
No. That's it.
Is this his picture that he wants? Picture of his family? He wants to be able to take with him to jail.
And as pathetic as it sounds, like crack house, okay, where I took both girls to, okay, I recorded it. As pathetic as it sounds, I recorded it.
Thanks for being here, 80s.
And I told both of them, I said, you guys hit this fucking house, I promise you're gonna get something.
And that one, the chick and her name is.
Running that shit. I told both of them. I don't know, they haven't followed up on it.
But how'd you tell them? You just call it in? Or
no, at work, at the BIC. Okay. They send the stone guard teams to do duty there. Okay. And I said, hey, bro,
see that? This house? Look. Here at this house, you're going to see.
I'm telling you, this is a pinche casa. And,
go ahead on the fucking house.
True Southern I reported it to PD and they're coming.
Do you know if they actually hit it or not?
The guy that get report over there, they work, they're just deputies. They don't have, they don't make that call.
Oh, okay.
They're not allowed to initiate cases like that and stuff. It's a big, tall order for them, I'm sure they want to, but they don't get to work. They're fucking a line agent can't pick up a location, he's stuck doing stuff like that.
I did report to the crack house.
And then we've actually heard the name a couple times.
Right.
Out there talking to people. So.
Erica lives with Gina right now, so she can tell you where she's at.
Hey, Trading, I'm asking serious questions. We're not casings from different scenes. And we're gonna match them up and stuff and see where they come from. And you're gonna tell us if they match up to your pistol.
Let's see how that's going to be possible.
No? Why not?
Because
Maybe some of the family.
I'm not saying she wasn't.
Right.
Judy. We got the case in.
They're calling him JD, which is what his friends call him.
Pretty intense logs.
And it just dropped. We're going to switch to 3. Okay, I'm going to pull in different audio. This is crap. Hold tight just for a second. It's not going to match up exactly with what's happening.
Marita was a friend of mine, not a friend of mine, but like a family of friends. Okay. I picked her up.
Yuri said, "Can you take off the cuffs?"
Daddy, I'm really bad right now.
Can you just buy me something to drink, buy me something to eat? I'll start to get down here. I'm really bad right now. I'm like, okay, what's wrong? So we're going, start cruising.
Give me some money to get something.
Scared $20. They didn't do anything. Gave her $20. Y como siempre los pendejos.
And like always, the bitches take me to the house that is there by the.
It's at the intersection of the Standards.
That one.
And Price. It's highly action. We go there. Hey, andas bien,
Are you okay, or are you still around with Erica? Because I would always go with Erica. I told her no, dude. I told her.
Okay. So, we're pulling into the greenhouse. I'm saying, yeah, I'm speaking of which, I thought pinche Erica. Sería, hey, that is her. Melissa abre la puerta, Erica!
There's freaking Erica.
Erica kept going with some other dude that she was. Se mete Melissa.
Melissa goes in.
That house has like rules, like they're in and out in like in 5 seconds. Se mete, sale.
She goes in and comes out.
This is Melissa. I was like, hey, levántate, güey.
Hey, dude, wake up, dude.
It's
Dude,
get up.
Dude, get up.
Dude, get up. After a while, I'm like, okay, I'm just driving around like a dumbass. What the fuck? And she flat out. Complete, deep fucking sleep. Driving around, I'm like, fuck, man, what am I gonna do with this bitch? I drove to
I'm going to pause for just a second.
There's cameras to see my truck. I was just gonna dump her there and leave her in the yard. And I'm like, fuck, man, what the fuck do I do with this fucking shit?
With this fucking
So
bitch.
I'm driving, and I'm driving. Yeah, you guys know what's up. She pissed me off. No, she didn't piss me off. She was knocked out. She just.
It syncs up the audio a little better.
If I dump her and they're gonna say I did something to her.
Dump her and drive away. No, but then Erica's held me with her. I'm like, fuck, dude. So I get on 35 north and I'm driving. And I'm just driving.
This is how he drives with his like head lower like that. I don't mean to brag, but my stories are better. I mean, and mine are true.
Where the rest area's at? By where?
I go under 255 and make a left. And there's a pad right there where law enforcement sits up. Just sit up there, see if they're I turn around and look in the hotel.
Give me one more second.
How many times did you get to turn around?
Yeah.
Now we're perfectly synced up.
That's it. Where the fuck are we at? Fucking stop. Fucking stop. I have to go.
So I met them Jeffries.
So I go in, and you know that.
Did you try to assault you?
She got out?
And it happened. You guys already know the rest of it.
I knew you didn't wake up that day with that clown.
I did not plan it.
I know. And you know what, dude? You know what? I knew that shit happened spur of the moment. I knew it's something, because that's the way these ships are. That's what I know.
I did not plan it, guys.
I know.
Ya me conocían. I would buy them food.
Yeah.
There was times when we wouldn't do shit.
No, I know.
I would get info from them unofficially, and I would report it.
I believe you did.
I would report it.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
Yeah, you guys already know, man. She was wearing a brown tank top with black shorts and tennis shoes. You guys already know that.
Really?
Yeah.
She pissed off a lot of people the same way. A lot of people the same way. And that she put them remote. She did that a lot.
Yeah,
she pissed people off a lot like that. And that's why when I told you, like, I knew you didn't wake up that morning wanting to do that. I know that, and I know that that should happen, because that was spur of the moment. You know, one thing led to another.
That's the truth. That's how it all went down.
Did you pull her out of the truck, or she got on her own?
She got on her own, and then she's all like,
where the fuck are we, dude?
I
come there.
told you I was cruising. I didn't want to stop.
Are you a fucking idiot or what, dude? Are you an idiot?
You guys already know what happened. So there, I think it was pictures. I got in my truck.
And this is an interrogation tactic. It's disgusting to watch, but the cops are going to agree with it and say, yeah, I feel the same way about these, prostitutes and everything. They're trying to befriend him so he'll share more information. And I think they want to wash their mouths out with bleach when they're done as well. But it's a tactic to get them to keep talking.
I don't know how the hell that even came about.
Nobody got arrested.
So someone was detained.
And that's something else.
Okay.
That's something else, but yeah, people take that out of context when they don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did anybody see you shoot her up there? It was just you?
Wait, and all the time you were your white truck. You never took your white truck and picked up anything?
No, my truck.
Right. So all these times that you picked up these girls, you were in your truck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Erica knows I was doing this last night.
Okay.
So she knew something.
Okay.
And ella trató de tirar la esquina.
And she tried to cover for me. She said, just remember, you and I picked her up.
Right. Oh shit.
Right.
She's like, not only she was trying to tell me, I didn't see the motherfucker.
Right.
She had, Melissa had something on her. Do you remember what she was holding?
Holding?
Yeah, she had something in her hand. Do you remember what it was?
No.
It was a type of food or type of candy. Something you might have picked up for her. Something she had.
I bought her, she liked the Mexican, no, it's not Cheetos, ¿cómo se llama? Takis. She liked the Mexican,
What about M&M's?
No, and then she got them from the house, de la crack house.
No.
Yo le compré.
Did she know it was coming when you shot her, or she didn't see it coming?
No, she was in a deep sleep, and then she woke up and she was just mouthing off. Yeah.
And that's it. It's over.
So it's confessed now.
When she squat down to take a piss, she fell down. And I was like, man, fuck this bitch.
That's it.
You guys know what happened.
That's when you let off the 2 rounds in there?
Yeah.
Did Did you go down with?
That I know of?
Right. But, I mean, you did that gun over there?
And I drove home. And I was paranoid as a motherfucker the next day. I was like, fuck. And I really did get up and shaved everything, went to work. And then the fucked up part about it is internal affairs comes a bit. We think it's a cop taking cash around the place to see it ran through a checkpoint. Well, the cameras were down. And of all the people that are there, I'm the only one that has access to Wade. I said, like, hey, JD, can you check in? I'm like, nah, man, I can't.
I'm like, no, for what, bro?
You know, like, man, checking JD, bro. I can't, bro. Who gives a fuck, man?
What?
So I'm trying my best. And they keep calling, does anyone have access to it?
Right.
So I log into my account. I drive a truck that cop. The last time I went to the checkpoint was over a month ago. And that's it, that's all I said. And I'm saying,
We got that. Right.
that was it.
Do you remember how many times you shot her?
You already know that.
Do you remember that? Right. You remember?
I'm gonna try it twice.
Busy. Thanks. Thank you for real. It makes a difference. It's gonna be.
But dude, I didn't plan this shit, man.
No, we know you don't. We know you didn't.
You guys interview these girls will tell you I will buy them food.
No, we know.
And I believe you. And JD, I completely believe you that that wasn't planned. I know that. Someone who serves their country the way you did, a family man like you, that's not something you planned.
He's not done confessing, so they're still befriending him. They want more information. So they're reassuring him. They're saying, hey, the way you acted is completely normal. Anyone would have done that same thing. Split decision, you made a mistake.
So then I felt bad. But then I told myself, I tried to convince myself to do this chick. I was like, I was told she had 8 kids. I don't know if she looked it up. I was told she had 8 and the state has custody of them. And I was just telling myself, dude, this chick, like, why are you feeling bad for her? Dude, she has a bunch of kids. The state has them. She's on the street all day, every day.
You should not work with kids.
They can't pull this out because there's no reason to feel sorry for her. I mean, that's how I was trying to convince myself. And then I just played it cool and I wrote up. And then I was continuing driving on Sunbed. And then this is where the monster came out. And
on line 17 there, and in the interest of time, we'll be stopping it here. How does he finish that statement? On page 30, line 17.
And then I was continuing driving on San Bernardo, and then this is where the monster came out.
Your Honor, the state will, under the court's direction, the state will stop and continue.
Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. And,
Okay, so
we'll start up again at 8:30 tomorrow. I'll ask the jury to be here by 8:30 in the morning. And again, do not discuss facts of the case. Do not watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
All right, jury.
So this has been bizarre, right? This is crazy. What we have, let me tell you what I heard over the ringing of my ears, which is still going on a little bit. You run that to A, and we'll run that to A as well. Match your screens up the way they should be. Okay. Here's what we got. He has confessed to the first murder. He confessed to picking up Erica. Not completely. Oh, hang on. Where's my audio? Hang on.
Did you want to address the court on something, Mr. Pettis? Did you want to address the court or anything before we break for the day?
Good.
We'll be able to do it in the morning. We'll be able to do a conversation first.
We need to talk to him. 8:30 in the morning.
8:30.
Okay, a little bit of hot mic there, but okay, 8:30 in the morning they're going to pick up, so 9:30 my time. Okay, we're good there. Audio. Okay, a little bit of mix and match to get the audio and the video to work, but we got there. I don't know what is on the rest of the tapes. What was I saying? We sat through all that and then got the first part of the confession, and then he just barely started on number 2, and he said this is when the monster came out. All right, so we're talking about that. The monster is him, right? You're right, Ola. It's a good place to stop, I guess, because he just starts killing people. But he said Erica lied. He said Erica lied, and it seemed to me that he said Erica lied about me bringing up Melissa. She brought up Melissa, not me. And then he was much more descriptive about what she said when Erica was in his house. Erica was saying, death is near type thing, probably in Spanish, I'm guessing. But the way she was feeling, how Erica said how awful she felt, just that dark feeling she felt. And she was saying, death is near. Erica didn't tell us that, but I do believe she probably did say that in her exact words. She knew something was way, way wrong there. So he's confessed to picking up Erica, to paying for services. We did hear a little reference in different services he's paid for. Confessed to having her in the house. Confessed to driving her to pick up drugs. I'm not sure if he said he paid for them or if she picked them up. He says some bizarre thing that he did a lot of this cruising where he'd go and pick up prostitutes and just take them out for a meal and not do anything with them because all they want is food type thing, which is a little weird. It's a 2-mug day, right? I've got both of them sitting here. I've got a pink one in the kitchen as well, but I think it's in the dishwasher. Just crazy. Once the handcuffs came off, once they said, yes, we'll give you a picture of your family that you can take with you to jail, we'll make sure they allowed that in. He started confessing, and it's all going to spill out now over the next how many discs, I don't know. But this is the first one. At the end, he doesn't stop. He goes ahead and shares information about a murder that they don't know about, that just happened within hours before they picked him up. Just bizarre. Just really, really bizarre. What questions do we have? Is there anything? Thank the mods. Yes, everyone for letting them watch with y'all. CG, thanks for being here. Some of you guys have been here just hours and hours. I know I'm one of them because I've seen you in chat constantly. Can we sue them for making us watch the boring bits? Ola, I think we have a case. Maybe we could have Matthew represent us in court down there. 1-800-SUE-TEXAS. Is this a rerun? I went completely out and came back in. No, Debbie, this is actually happening right now. This is live. Let's see, that guy ringing it now. He's calling it in. I have 1-800 Buy on speed dial for the tech guys tomorrow. Thank you, Lori. Just have them send a HDMI cable over right now. Laura, I think we just finished disc 6. We're starting disc 7. But we're right the middle of a confession. He just barely confessed to the one murder, and he's starting the second one, and that's where they cut the video. Not during, all those hours of awful stuff, but right in the middle of the confession. Mind is numb, ears are ringing. It's been a rough day for all of us here. So here's a great question. Kenny says, so if he confessed, why is he not pleading guilty? He's pleading guilty because his lawyers are trying to get his confession thrown out. They're trying to say that this was a coerced confession, that they forced him, basically, that they tricked him, twisted his arm, did something that would make the content of his confession inadmissible in court. Now, obviously, it's been admitted, and we're hearing it. So I don't know where they're going to go from here, because they basically have no defense that we know of other than that. Let's see. He is about to confess to all, including Janelle, whom they were unaware of until he told them correct. I'm behind chat, says Debbie. I went out completely closed and I have gone back in time. No, Debbie, that's why Debbie said, why is his head back on the desk? And everyone's like, what? Debbie, fast forward, please. Final disc tomorrow, please. Can we just cut to the good stuff? Ashley says, I don't need the mod status anymore. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because you posted the link we needed. Thank you so much, Ashley, for your help. I've gone ahead and relieved you of your duties as requested. Bella, all day, all night, recovery addict. But I did get my tree up. Good job. I have not. My kids probably want us to set it up tonight, so I might have to do that. That'll be fun. Let's see. I can't believe his lawyers let this come to trial. This case is over. Yeah, unless they're hiding some magic bullet as far as defense goes, I don't know where they're going to go with this. Are they pinning it all on potentially not having the truck search allowed in? Because then they can't link it to the crime scene. They've got his confession already. The jury's already heard him confess, even to how many bullets he shot. Yeah. The end of the day was worth the wait. Tina, I'm glad you feel that. I'm not sure. Weighing it all in all, I'm not sure if it was worth the damage to my eardrums and the long hours watching nothing happen. But I do appreciate you keeping me company through it all. This is why we watch the boring bit, to show a lack of coercion. Okay, got it. Fair enough. Right, we're there. Right, can we skip it? Pauline's going to go get some treatment for her bleeding ears. I will follow shortly, Pauline. Hopefully we don't have to wait in line for hours for that. Watch it in 2x speed, Debbie, if you do fall behind, at least. Or just drag that slider right over. We'll catch you up in chat. Thank you, everybody. Vix, can't unsee that. Okay, I'm caught up in chat, which means we are all done. We will be back again tomorrow. We're going to do the same thing. It's going to be day 5 for us. Day 5, disc 7. So that's what's going to happen tomorrow. More of confession, but we're going to start right with the good stuff. No more of this sitting around waiting. They did say it's a 12-disc set. I don't know what's going to be on the other discs if we're on 7 tomorrow and we're already in the middle of the confession. AJ says, it was so much fun watching nothing with recovery and fellow addicts. Love you guys. I'm heading home. AJ, drive safe. Good to have you here with us. Hope your day went great. At the end of the day, he is the POS we knew he was, says Mac. Joel, we'll miss you as well. Hope everything goes well. Good night, everybody. I need to play some music, huh? There we go. That's a little bit better. I want to thank everybody who's been a mod, everyone who's been in chat, all the generous super chats as well. Thank you, everyone who's been buying mugs. Hopefully those will arrive well in time for Christmas for everybody. I think we're still well before the deadline for that. But you guys are incredible. Thank you so much for making this community what it is. It would not be the same without you, and I really do appreciate you being here. Good night to everybody. We will see you back again in the morning. We'll be on here at 9 o'clock Eastern time, which will be a little bit advanced of what's going to happen in Texas, maybe half an hour before it starts. Bring your A game. It's going to be good. It's going to be good tomorrow. Hopefully no more sitting and watching boring video. But that's where we're at. Oh, and there's me. So we'll turn that one off. All right. Thank you. That guy says, thank you, Scott. Without you, none of us would be here. We would be somewhere else. I'm sure we'd find some place. But I appreciate that. Thank you. When you go home, if you're not home now, if you are, please give a hug to everybody you love. Tell them you love them. Smile at somebody, make their day better. Please, until next time, until we're together on the live stream, please stay safe. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.